All right, after this, I'm going to dive into the Tucker Carlson regime change dunk sesh. Actually, you know what? Let's get into it.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the
God damn, it's loud as hell.
time to have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and want to kill us?
Ulan Husiler ayağında terlik, ağızda otla dumur etti bu Suudileri. Hala biz daha powerful'uz diyorlar. Amına kodumun Siyonist köpeği. Evet. Doğru. Adamlar çocuk bile öldüremiyorlar İsrail gibi. Deniyorlar ama öldüremiyorlar yeterince. Düşün. Ondan sonra diyor ki biz en büyük, en güçlü ordumuz bizim.
Wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us. And
Definitely the latter is better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
And we've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there, as you know.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. And I think you know that. And
I should know. My dad was in the CIA and is responsible for Voice of America. I'm Tucker Buckley Swanson McNear Carlson. That's his full name.
Don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of efforts.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to...
Yeah, we can't. I wonder why. Oh, perhaps it's because they have fucking nukes. And also they're a, superpower that matches our own. Perhaps a lesson should be learned for Iran there.
Say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America. So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once.
Okay.
I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day.
You know what's funny about this? This is Ted Cruz buttering up Tucker to win over his audience. But this also ends up making Tucker Carlson's retaliations later down the line look way worse from Ted Cruz's position. Because I think he thought that this kind of buttering up would allow Tucker to not be as contentious, not be as adversarial. Tucker Carlson had the knives out.
In COVID, in fact, You may recall in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Glaze, fucking
No, I mean,
dial it back.
You were standing up and speaking.
Pop it. Pop his dick out of your mouth. Take it out. Take it out with a pop.
What the hell are we doing in a way that we desperately, desperately need it? And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns.
Yeah, this is correct. This chatter is correct, by the way. He's like, we disagree on foreign intervention, but I think we can both agree white nationalism is great. Literally. Also, COVID was phony. It was a hoax, right? Remember the good old days when we were in agreement.
Vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment. You and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham and George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy.
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into, I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that?
Oh my God.
I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention is
the extraction of natural resources and the complete and utter humiliating domination of the global South so that we can continue abusing and abusing them for cheap and reliable labor. Right? That's what he's going to say, I think.
Be the vital national security interest of the United States.
By the way, this is the same like liberal speak. This is soy speak for the record. What he's trying to do is basically do what the Democrats do all the time.
How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where...
Yeah, famously non-interventionist Ronald Reagan.
He understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
So just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news. The U.S. dollar has been grave.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Listen.
Today.
The question is, are we watching that now?
So I think we are. And from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to...
Yeah, good thing. Good thing those guys aren't in charge in Syria. Another spectacular W for American foreign policy. Ted Cruz, are you oblivious to what's going on? He's like, oh man, it'd be a real shame if Al-Nusra took over Syria. I mean, those are radical Islamists.
Have lunatics who hate us in charge. Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge.
Yeah, we also were arming every single faction.
Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine. But we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader.
Yeah. Also, what is intervention in the mind of an American senator? Because, like, to say that intervention only comes in the form of direct strikes on Syria is insane. Syria is one of the most intervened nations. It was so intervened. It's like that meme of you know, the American Special Forces doing a strike, sending a strike team into a cartel territory and then ending up killing DEA agents. It's like the CIA and DEA fighting against the American Special Forces. That's basically Syria. We were arming every fucking side to the gills, sometimes directly, sometimes by way of Turkey, and offering them training. Like, we were a part of the belligerents in every side, with the exception, I guess, of Assad. So is that not intervention? Do we consider that to be non-interventionist? Because I think that's intervention. We were intervening quite a bit, as a matter of fact. What is this? Why did you send this to me? Pray for us. Lol, no.
Leader in a religious and ethnic.
When you first sent me that, I freaked out for a second. That was the first time. Normally I say, no, this is not correct, but that looks so much like Noah for a second. It freaked me out. Like, for a brief moment. Okay.
Politically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is you said he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
That's bullshit. That's fake. Who did then? Oh, it was just a popular mobilization. It was a popular uprising.
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad.
Only murderous war criminals that are aligned with America get to glaze Hasan Nasrallah. When I say something that is factually accurate, like he is charismatic and also was incredibly well-read and a solid tactician, everybody fucking turns around and is like, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing. Fuck you, you love terrorism. But when fucking Benjamin Netanyahu is a far greater evil and a far larger terrorist than Hasan Nasrallah actually is, like an actual terrorist straight up, all of a sudden, when he says that, everyone's like, nah, that makes sense. He's just showing respect.
And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey, our NATO ally Turkey...
Works the other way around, too. You can praise Trump and no one will bat an eye. Did you just make a comparison to Donald Trump? Are you fucking insane? Do you think you can go to jail if you say, I like Donald Trump as president anywhere around the planet, even in fucking Iran? There are places around the planet where you could literally go to jail for saying you like Hasan Nasrallah. Like saying anything remotely positive about Hasan Nasrallah.
He played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated.
You support terrorists over Israel. Isn't Israel justified to attack Iran? No. And you support terrorists over the arch terrorists is a funny way to say this. Israel is the greatest terrorist in the region. America is the greatest terrorist around the planet. Israel is the second greatest terrorist, you know, in direct correspondence with the greatest terrorist, America.
Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us. I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also
Tucker
opposed
hasn't
the
even
Iraq
started pushing back, and this motherfucker's still floundering.
war. I think the Iraq war was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him.
It's pretty funny to say this because, like, you could point to every American leadership and say the exact same thing. As a matter of fact, if you recognize that, then you understand why people on that side of the world will constantly say death to America. Okay? If you want to understand why people over there say death to America, this is the fucking reason.
And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. and you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada.
Bro, he's like, Reagan's interventions took out the USSR and they were fucking awesome. Also, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. So which is it, dude? I understand why Iran hates expats. Why isn't ICE deporting anchor baby Ted Cruz? Didn't Reagan do Iran-Contra? He does not consider that to be intervention. What he considers to be intervention is like direct boots on the ground military warfare. That much is clear. Which Reagan did plenty of as well. But also, a lot of covert operations took place under the watchful gaze of George H.W. Bush. So, when he says Reagan was a non-interventionist, I think he means like we need more sophisticated. We need more sophisticated ops.
He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb.
Dude, you just said it. Dude, he is contradicting himself non-fucking stop. He's like, Reagan was not interventionist. His interventions took out the USSR. Well, nobody should go to war with China. We should actually take out China in the same way that we did USSR through a sequence of interventions during the Cold War. We should do a Cold War with China. Yeah, here is non-interventionist Ronald McDonald Reagan. These are the wonderful men he called he compared to the founding fathers.
And a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done that in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam or North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was, one, the clarity. So Reagan came in and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And
dude, what a fucking silly assessment. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was a grade A yapper. Gay. That's how he did it. He had the gift of gab and he just yapped about, and that's how he was able to topple the USSR. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not like any of these covert ops, not the things that you're talking about right now that you're trying to do unsuccessfully in Iran. Okay? He literally just said, I talk to dissident groups, Iranian dissident groups all the time. Well, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like, that's not an organic formation. The moment that you are involved in their activities, it turns into intervention. The difference here is, I guess, what Ted Cruz is trying to say is he considers covert operations and like destabilization operations, regime change, arming dissident groups and different factions, beefing up sectarian infighting, things like that are not considered intervention, which I obviously disagree with. That's so fucking stupid. Of course it's intervention. It's just, I guess, the difference now is America doesn't have the same motion that it once did.
All of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking, do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy, I wonder why after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. We were very focused on it in my house. We won. And I wonder 2 things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War. And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all these people lying in the...
Yes, his family was involved in that. His dad is CIA. His dad is literally CIA. Baba kapatmayı unutma o şeyi. Duvardakini.
The street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. People now.com.
Look, there's no doubt there are really dangerous forces in our society. Okay. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. And so there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. You know, the loss of faith,
I agree with all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there.
Oh, my fucking Lord.
I also recognize it is a dangerous world. And part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started with
Can I ask,
Iran.
You've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here. Well, and I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. Okay. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor.
Take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, how can people ignore? It's like, if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Look, there are lots of problems in America that we need to fix. Why is D.C. a pit? Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's L.A., whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the L.A. riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day? And
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in L.A., I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law...
When you elect communists like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, dude, what planet are right-wingers existing on? I will never understand. It's not this one, let me tell you, okay? It certainly ain't the one that we're on.
Force from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen, I agree.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going to a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, "Well, this is really terrible. I wish we could. It's a shame we can't do anything about this." I said, "Yes, you can. Go in and arrest them, throw their butts in jail, put them in handcuffs,
100%.
and it stops."
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things. And D.C. is I think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it? Do you think?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. D.C. was proposing, the D.C. school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in D.C. were not vaccinated. So they were talking about literally throwing out 40% of the kids at public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big...
By the way, we interrupt this broadcast because here is footage from a ship that was apparently staffed by Indian personnel of the latest Iranian missile salvo against Israel. The footage appears to show impacts in the distance, although it was claimed that all missiles were intercepted. So remember, when the Israeli government says that all of the missiles are being intercepted, they're fucking lying, okay? That's one.
Oh my God! वो ये क्या हो रहा है भाई?
I think that might have been 2, 3, 4. I don't know if this is from a couple nights ago or from last night, but they constantly it could be from a couple nights ago. But when Israel says missiles are being intercepted, a fresh angle of the Israel-Iran conflict is surfaced, captured by an Indian merchant navy ship, providing rare and unprecedented visuals from the high seas. This is the same one, I think.
Seriously, यार. ये क्या हो गया है? ये तो चांद है भाई. चांद है. इधर से भी आ रही है, इधर से भी आ रही है. आज हाइफा पे अटैक है भाई. हाइफा पे अटैक है, हाइफा वाले पूरी घूम के नहीं. ओ फक है भाई ये तो. ये तगड़ा सीन सोम रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है. ओ मैन शॉट. Bloody fuck.
Those are the big boys that are supposed to intercept, I think, the ballistic missiles.
ओ ये सर के ऊपर भी आ सकती है, डिब्रीज गिरती है. ओ फक, अंदर जाओ यार. वो गिरी. जहाज पे गिरा है यार अपने. जहाज पे गिरा है भाई, अपने जहाज पे गिरा है. ओ माय गॉड.
We saw this part.
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
Damn, that one's fast as fuck.
वो फटा भाई, गंदा ही फटा भाई. भाई ये आज वीडियो से थोड़ा ऊपर का सीन. دخل مطار.
It's probably old. I think a lot of these strikes are probably old, because I don't think Iran has been lobbing this many missiles at all since the first couple of days. This one is probably even older. But yeah, I mean, Israel is definitely that. I think that's from last night, the Indian ship. They are conscious while manufacturing these lies, or they believe what they're saying. No, when Israel says, "Oh, we're intercepting all the missiles," and when they say, "Oh, we're intercepting all the missiles," and you know none of them are hitting their targets at all, that you should apply a healthy dose of scrutiny to statements such as that one.
The argument, and part of the argument was home rule, where there was, and Susan was the most vocal Republican that's like, no, we have to let DC run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the DC public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old boy, you throw him out of school, you know what's going to happen next. He's going to join a gang. He's going to engage in crimes. He's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years if that kid doesn't get an education. And the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to hell with you.
But can you...
This is CBS released some new footage of a missile strike on Tel Aviv from a couple days ago.
In the heart of Tel Aviv.
Oh yeah, that's the big cloud of smoke that we saw as well. It was 2 nights ago. Remember when I said...
An Iranian strike deep in the heart of Tel Aviv. For the 5th straight day, the skies above the city lit up as Israel's air defense system intercepted one Iranian missile after another. An Iranian strike...
from a couple days ago.
You see, I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over...
Could the death toll be much higher than Israel was saying? No. I don't think so. If anything, they would say the death toll is higher than it actually is, if given the opportunity. No, I like, no way. The Israeli military censor does actually hold back on releasing IDF soldiers when they die, but they still always end up releasing that information. Remember, the Israeli government still operates to a certain degree with supremacist values. And at the heart of that supremacist ideology is having to not lie about its own citizens that die. Are you excluding military bases from the death toll? I'm saying that I'm saying that they would, if anything, not hide how many civilians die, because then they can beef up the victimhood narrative. What was on this anti-Semitic? Slow down. Yeah, I know. Saying that the religious ethno state has a supremacist fascist values, is deeply anti-Semitic. But I would say that even with like Israeli occupying forces that take damage, like there was a dude that just died. There was another fucking 20-year-old that just got smoked. Oftentimes they'll hold that information for a couple days and then release it after the fact, but they will always release it. A 28-year-old soldier got smoked in Gaza. I don't know why you guys are throwing Sages up. 20-year-old soldier that is in the process of doing ethnic cleansing to a starving population got smoked in the process. Yeah, 20-year-old brigadier general. Post-mortem rank inflation.
The kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country. The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States, can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military system.
300 billion in the past 80 years, and a severe increase under the Biden administration that has only continued under the Trump administration. The United States government actually is responsible for 70% of all of Israel's offensive and defensive capabilities. 70%. $300 billion since the inception of the state. And I think Biden's package was around like 18 billion. And Trump is slated to hit another 18 billion. A huge lie? What do you mean? Disagree. A huge lie. Are you talking to Ted Cruz or me? Israel also has safety nets that Americans don't have. And part of that is because they don't have to fucking waste money on defending themselves and also blowing up everyone else around in the process. It's fantastic. Wonderful that they get to have social safety nets, but fucking we don't. Obama gave a $30 billion defense package to Israel to replenish the Iron Dome and Israeli defenses. That was a 10-year defense contract. It was $3 billion per year. That's probably the reason why Ted Cruz is saying we give him $3 billion a year. Biden, in a matter of 1 year, gave $18 billion since October 7. The idea that we're only giving Israel $3 billion a year, as though that's something to write, as though that's nothing. By the way, he's like, it's just $3 billion. You know how many fucking problems you could solve with $3 billion? You fucking asshole. How many problems you could solve? Yeah, here it is. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us, he says, as the U.S. bankrolls the exact war he's talking about. The U.S. has given Israel over $250 billion in military aid. That's why it's such a joke when fucking Elon Musk is like, we're going to cut these, we're going to cut government spending. We're going to cut government spending. Yeah, okay. Stop giving aid to Israel. Yeah, look, guys, chill. Guys, chill. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us. Look what we're getting done all on our own. This is why, like, the entitlement and the arrogance from pro-Israel dick riders is so fucking annoying. Here is the, yeah. From Iron Dome to F-15s, U.S. provides 70% of Israel's war costs. A report by Brown University's Wasson Institute reveals that since the beginning of the war, the U.S. has spent more than $22 billion on military aid to Israel, from weapons and equipment to the deployment of aircraft carriers. Israel receives more U.S. military aid than any other country and is uniquely able to use that funding to spend on domestic goods. Israel finds it easy to engage in and expand endless wars because some other suckers are always picking up the tab. We Americans are the suckers. America first to get the bill. By the way, this article is from 10/27/2024. 10/27/2024, 1 year into the post-October 7 genocide that Israel unleashed. It's more. The total U.S. military support under Biden since October 2023 is approximately 50 to 55 billion. I think that also factors in the aircraft carriers and stuff like that. it's quite anti-Semitic that we're not giving them $1 trillion, I think. $1 trillion a year. It's really anti-Semitic that it's not more. Everyone needs to stop being so fucking anti-Semitic right now. Everybody stop being anti-Semitic now.
Was that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's.
No, Obama cut them a 30 billion check, not a 50 billion check on the way
go back
out.
to the touchstone on foreign policy, American interest. Our
Wait, ask the direct question. How much is it costing us to defend them right now? He goes, well, let me tell you something, okay? It's about American interest. It's about American interest. He's fucking lying, by the way. It's not 3 billion. That was just a straight up lie.
Right now from Iran.
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy, American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security
But
interest,
what does it
and
cost?
it benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that.
Here is Counsel for Foreign Relations, okay? While Ted Cruz is just yapping and being like, I don't know. It's like, bro, you're fucking signing off on it. You don't know? I thought you were a fucking penny pincher. I thought you wanted small government. I thought you wanted to cut wasteful spending. And you don't know? You don't know how much money we're giving? Okay, here's the Council of Foreign Relations. Okay, Israel is, of course, the largest recipient of cumulative aid. Total aid from fiscal years 1946 to 2024, with constant U.S. dollars from 2022 adjusted to 2022 levels of inflation. Okay, the economic aid is at 80 billion total, and the military aid is 228 billion. Okay, so it's 320 billion adjusted to 2022 US dollars. Now, you might notice that other countries have also a lot of economic and cumulative military aid as well. Some of those countries are a part of NATO, like Turkey. 29 billion in economic aid, 52 billion in military aid. The United States provided Israel considerable economic assistance from 1971 to 2007, but nearly all U.S. aid today goes to support Israel's military, the most advanced in the region. The United States has provisionally agreed via a memorandum of understanding, which is what he was talking about, which is $4 billion through 2028. Okay? 3.8 billion per year. So he even lied about that. He was like, oh, it's just 3 billion. We have a memorandum of understanding. Since the start of Israel's war with Hamas on October 7, the United States has enacted legislation providing at least $12.5 billion in direct military aid to Israel, which includes a $3.8 billion from a bill in March 2024 and $8.7 billion from a supplemental appropriations act in April 2024 that was branded. Other analysts, Linda J. Blimes, William D. Hartung, and Stephen Semler from Brown University, have reported that Israel has received $17.9 billion in U.S. military aid during this period, a figure that additionally accounts for the cost of U.S. Defense Department replenishing the stock of weapons provided to Israel. Okay? There are blips in U.S. military aid. 1974, 1976, 1979, and then additional blips in 2000, and then also 2003. But this is a whopping preliminary amount for the fiscal year of 2024. That number increased, by the way. This is an older analysis. This is from November 13th, 2024. Okay, there have been months and months of additional aid to Israel as well, including the missiles that we send so that Israel can have defense. I would even factor in Egypt and I guess this doesn't like showcase Saudi Arabia or Jordan in this, but Jordan, Egypt, the weapons that we give to those countries, they also factor into aid against Israel, or aid for Israel, Egypt especially. The reason why I say Egypt is a vassal state, when you see, for example, images, when you see images of Egyptian police apprehending people that are trying to do a peaceful march to the Rafah border, and dumbfuck Zionist accounts are like, look, the Egyptians have had it with these stupid Western leftists. This is the reason. This is why, because it's a fucking vassal state. Okay? Huh. Most of the aid, approximately $3.3 billion a year. Oh, here it is. Saudi Arabia, $164 billion in U.S. arms sales, also in defense of Israel, for the record, just so you understand. Saudi Arabia has been a top recipient of U.S. arms sales to the tune of $164 billion. That is also to defend Israel. Okay? Same with Egypt. One could even make the argument for Qatar, and definitely for UAE. They use it on Yemen. They use it on their, they take some of these weapons and then supply, like with the case of UAE, some of those weapons that we're supplying to the UAE, some of them that we're selling to the UAE, go directly into the hands of the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan. Okay? You know how like stupid dumb fuck genocide defenders will be like, why do you not care about Sudan? Well, there it is. Okay? Here's the mention of Sudan. Another genocide being conducted by America and American allies. Okay? Additionally, $500 million a year is slated for Israeli and joint U.S.-Israeli missile defense programs, in which the two countries collaborate on the research, development, and production of these systems used by Israel, including the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 2. Iron Dome was solely developed by Israel, but the United States has been a production partner since 2014. For instance, the U.S. military contractor Raytheon manufactures the Tamir interceptor missiles for Israel's Iron Dome at its facilities in Arizona. Are there any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid? Transfer of U.S. military equipment to Israel, as to other foreign governments, are subject to relevant U.S. and international laws, would be something I would say if I was a stupid person. Because, no, of course we don't have any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid and the weapons that we send to Israel. That much is clear from the previous government and also the current one. Clearly. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't say that we have any restrictions for any weapons that we sell to any of these other countries, considering that Saudi Arabia is the largest recipient of U.S. arms sales, and those weapons ended up in the hands of literal Al-Qaeda militants in Yemen. I will repeat that one more time. The weapons that Donald Trump was selling to Saudi Arabia so that they can use those weapons in Yemen were ending up in the hands of Al-Qaeda militants. How did that happen? Nicholas Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Hasan are coming out of the woodwork for great reporting at the moment. Not a white nationalist or anti-Semite. Are you being for real? You just described a white nationalist anti-Semite and a white nationalist anti-Semite and then me. Is this your way of being like, you're just like Tucker Carlson and Nicholas Fuentes? Is that what you're saying? People can cynically, people can genuinely arrive at this position on their own as well. Not saying that Nicholas Fuentes or Tucker Carlson did, but people can also cynically showcase the American intervention because they hate Israel, because Israel is a Jewish state. I don't believe Israel is a Jewish state. I don't believe that there is such a thing as an ethno-state that should exist. I don't think that Israel has a legal right to exist as an ethno-state or an apartheid doing a genocide. I don't consider them anti-Semitic. You don't consider Nicholas Fuentes, who denies the fucking Holocaust, to be anti-Semitic? Are you stupid? He is a Holocaust denier. That is like the maximum position of anti-Semitism. I don't know how more anti-Semitic you can get. No, your reporting is insanely different. You clearly are not an anti-Semite, just strongly anti-Israel. He just had a Middle Eastern history breakdown I liked a couple days ago. He explained that Iran needs to bomb the nuke to keep up with Israelis' insane colonization and hegemony in the Middle East. Don't get duped by people who are clearly anti-Semitic just because they can present themselves as honest brokers in this process. If you hate people who support Israel right now, why the fuck would you ever hand it to people who support Israel-style activities in Nazi Germany against Jews? My hatred for Israel's conduct stems from my anti-fascist position. There is no group of people that I think deserve what Israel is putting the Palestinians through, and there is no group of people that deserves what the Germans put Jews and many other groups through during the Holocaust. Those people, on the other hand, are inconsistent. To be fair, they literally deny the Holocaust. No, they don't. They say it didn't happen, and then they say it would be really cool if it did. And if it happened, then more of it should happen. They're all over the fucking place. The goal is to misinform. Anyway, let's get back to the interview.
The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance.
Bro, this is literally Joe Biden's famous take. If Israel didn't exist, we would make one. This is identical. Yet another glaringly obvious example of the fucking uniparty position that the American politicians have with respect to Israel and with respect to American foreign policy, which Israel plays a formative role in. There it is. He is verbatim repeating the Brandon position.
With Israel, it would cost, I don't know, 30 billion, 300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. Really? We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well.
What do you mean probably? They absolutely do. Fuck you mean probably, bitch? You know that they do. You know that they do. What do you mean? Oh my God. So fucking cucked. Holy shit.
Well, and friends and allies spy on each other, and I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's
why the free market
conservative
works.
to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not.
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think.
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their. We're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is, it's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel?
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies.
Bro, straight up, Israel is at the heart of so many contradictions that it bricks every politician, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican alike. You start scratching the surface of the fealty and loyalty that American politicians demonstrate towards Israel and the allowance that the American government gives Israel to do a bunch of fuck shit. And you start talking about, like, why are they allowed to be this favored client state? And they just brick. Their brain fucking short circuits. This is perhaps the major reason as to why all of these conversations need to be stamped out before they're had. And the most effective way of doing that is by tying this back to anti-Semitism, which is ironically one of the this is ironically the reason why anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism has been one of the only real bigotries that is effectively weaponized and defended by both parties. My argument, as always, is not because Americans just have a special status for Jews, for the record, like American politicians or whatever, or they're like legitimately super careful about Jews because they're in positions of power or anything like that, but instead directly as a consequence of what I just mentioned, which is it's the most effective way of stopping that question entirely by associating Israel with Judaism and criticisms of Israel being packaged as anti-Semitic. If there was no Israel, if Israel did not exist in the violent ways that it does, if like Jews were allowed to peacefully migrate and it wasn't about like a violent settler colonial enterprise, the American government would not give a fuck about anti-Semitism at all. If that was not a foothold in this region, if Israel was not a foothold in this region, a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities, but it was simply a diverse country mixed with Christians, Muslims, and Jews, okay, in the initial commitment that the likes of Albert Einstein had post-World War II, American governments, the American government or the institutions would treat anti-Semitism in the same exact way that they would treat like any other form of bigotry, with no care or consideration whatsoever. Okay? Damn, you just gonna drop another hard J, my guy? What do you mean? What is a hard J? Why do you keep saying that? Don't you mean Einstein, you piece of shit? Yeah. The hard J is job. That's why there's no comparison between any other real bigotry, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, right? It has caused historically tremendous harm to Jewish people, from pogroms to the Holocaust. The reason why it has so much institutional power as opposed to any other kind of bigotry, and it's like also defended by Republicans and Democrats alike, is because of how it is used in modern American political discourse as a stopgap measure to stop people dead in their fucking tracks from ever investigating why America's foreign policy relies on Israel and why Israel gets to do all of these ridiculous things and why American politicians don't say anything about it.
On us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess. No. I'm hardly the one who's. I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members.
Oh shit! My bad, bro. Didn't realize AIPAC wasn't the Israel lobby. What's the I stand for? Istanbul? Is that what the I in AIPAC stands for? The American Istanbul Pact? The I stands for I don't know. No, it's the I stands for Islam, actually. The I stands for Iran. The American Iranian Pact.
Believe in the American-Israeli friendship
is
and
AIPAC
relationship.
a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands.
What does the I stand for?
For the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen,
Oh, dude, what? That's crazy. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ted. To be honest, and then saying the most dishonest thing you could say. I'm not Mr. The AIPAC lobby is dominating America, okay? But to say that, but to act as though social conditioning baked into so many of these fucking institutions that literally create reinforce the notion that like Israel has to be violent, Israel has to be militant, you have to defend Israel. It's a phenomenally important part of American foreign policy. Israel's the most moral nation, all this stuff. That plays a big role. But also the notion that like AIPAC doesn't play a formative role, and they gave Ted Cruz millions of dollars for no reason other than because they thought he was hot, is so stupid.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No,
this.
Not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, are basically just scams. It's one of those
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Still.com to enroll for free.
When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No, I'm not going to do a simple.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government.
God damn it. I hate that he's the guy who gets to do this. I hate it because he is a fucking white nationalist piece of shit. I hate that he gets to do this. It sucks so bad. Like, are there no fucking American commentators out there in mainstream media? Really? You're ceding territory to fucking Tucker Carlson? I feel like he's back at Fox News and I'm screaming. It's 2016, 2017 again. And I'm screaming about how economic populism is a very effective way to galvanize the masses. And if the only mainstream source that is stating an economic policy, an economic populist policy is a white nationalist, then a lot of people are going to associate the Republican Party and MAGA with economic populist policies. I've done so much work on this. I've written extensively on this shit since fucking 2016. And yet again, here is Tucker Carlson, once again, taking a fucking 80-20 issue that no goddamn Democrat, no goddamn liberal in any fucking mainstream outlet is entertaining and making it his own. The way Teddy's doing mental gymnastics for his AIPAC money, what about UNRWA and Mahmoud Khalil? What are you talking about? UNRWA is not a fucking... UNRWA is a UN-backed necessary resource for Palestinians to exist. It's basically America saying, don't worry, we're going to fund both sides. We're going to first fund the apartheid state that does the murder, and then we're going to fund the fucking UN-backed group that actually keeps some of these people alive. There's no comparison between fucking AIPAC, which is a lobby for Israel, versus UNRWA.
And I don't, it's not.
No.
It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay.
And
it's not, has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay. But
yeah, in Ted Cruz, you're not allowed to ask questions about the policies of the Israeli state. Hold on, this is another take. I hate the New York Times so much for being so dogshit and complicit that now Tucker Carlson is laughing them. Just imagine how acquiescent a sit-down interview with Ted Cruz and literally anyone at the New York Times would be. Trump calls for Iran's unconditional surrender and threatens his supreme leader. The decision to launch a full-on attack on Iran would be in the gray area between the president's powers as commander-in-chief and the Constitution's mandate that only Congress can declare war. Why would that be in the gray area? It is quite literally unconstitutional. Fuck.
But it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
Just say they're American Jews, you dumbass. Oh my God. Be like, no, these are actually backed by American Jews. They happen to also want America to have a important role in Israel's policies. Just say that. That's the did you forget what the defense is? You haven't even, like, how? How are you so ill-equipped that I can do a better job of defending the relationship between AIPAC and why it doesn't have a fucking FARA designation than you do? You're the fucking senator, got $2 million from them. The only thing that the Israel lobby has done for me is hunt me down and try to fucking get me arrested and potentially blackballed from every fucking media outlet and take away my revenue. Fuck! Just say it's American Jews. American Jews are funding it. So that's why it's not foreign. Are you saying that Jews are foreign, Tucker? Are you being anti-Semitic, Tucker? That's what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say that. You fucking idiot. God damn, he's so fucking stupid. It blows my mind. This guy went to Yale, dude. He went to fucking Yale. He can't even defend why AIPAC exists. Shit. Or not Yale, Princeton and fucking Harvard. How do you go to Princeton and Harvard, wherever school he went to? How is that possible? How can you be this bad at your fucking job?
And
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
no idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Tucker knows the answer to these questions are yes, by the way. He's just asking these questions so he can catch Ted Cruz in a lie, for the record. He is doing, and I hate to admit this, very good journalism. This is how you're supposed to conduct an adversarial interview. Oh my fucking God, why is Tucker Carlson doing good journalism on this issue? Oh my fucking God, I hate everyone so much. I hate the American media apparatus that is so servile, that is so fucking cucked. Oh my Lord.
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington.
Yeah, Netanyahu has nothing to do with AIPAC, except for when he fucking addresses AIPAC's annual summit, or except when prominent figures within AIPAC that work in the organizational side of AIPAC have also worked for Israeli government positions, for example, which, by the way, is a direct violation and immediately demands that AIPAC be registered as a foreign agent. But of course, God forbid you say that. By the way, being registered as a foreign agent is not even going to fucking stop Israel's influence here. It's just that, you know, there will be some restrictions and better documentation of what kind of lobbying efforts are implemented, but we can't even get that in this goddamn country.
Washington, I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why aren't you're saying is false.
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
Tucker's like, I know there's plenty of Americans that lobby for foreign governments. I am one of them. He's like, I'm one of them. Did you not see my interview with Vladimir Putin? There's suspicion that he's also big time changed his attitude since like visiting the UAE, and apparently talks about the United Arab Emirates like all the fucking time. Like he loves the UAE now.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp.
Yeah, Ted Cruz won't say he's funded by Qatar, for the record. Ted Cruz will say he's funded by Qatar because Qatar is like the scary one. He won't say UAE. He won't say UAE because UAE is an ally. Qatar is also an ally, but at least Qatar is like seen as like a scary because of their neutrality position.
Swamp, these are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and of being
isolationists
feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back.
I'm also funded. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers. Also, many of you are from Qatar, the glorious nation of Qatar, a nation that withstood tremendous attacks from the not-so-glorious Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UAE in joint operations. Qatar will rise up. Qatar will defend itself. Qatar also happens to have the largest U.S. base in the region. All glory to Qatar. You're overthinking it. He'll deny it just because it sounds scary. Xilax! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Please start saying viewers like you. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by viewers like you and your subscriptions. Thank you. Oh, Tucker also interviewed the dude from Qatar. I forget who it was. But
I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And They failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear
Oh, I
deal.
know. They definitely failed. Yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat,
Hasan, as a member of Ansar Allah, I'd like to thank you for the lobbying work you've done on our behalf. Expect another check soon. Yeah. I love being funded by Qatar and the Ansar Allah movement. Also, of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran. These are my 3 primary funders and supporters. Oh, also Hezbollah as well. But the Hezbollah checks haven't been coming in recently, but that's okay. And also Hamas. How can I forget Hamas as well? And Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Also, the glorious nation of Pakistan. I'm also funded by China, the People's Republic of China. That's right, the Communist Party of China, at the glorious People's Republic. Yeah. This broadcast is sponsored by Titoist Yugoslavia. May the once wonderful nation return to its former glory under the banner of Tito. And viewers like you. Yep. This broadcast is sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the best Korea. It's true.
When I got here, there used to be real...
It's funny because like there are a lot of people who literally believe that. Like maybe not Titoist Yugoslavia, but like there are people who legitimately think that I'm funded by Hamas and Iran. No Houthi shout out L. I did. I gave him a shout out. The Ansar Allah movement. Okay, calm down. I could never forget my boys in Yemen. It's so funny because I say these things as a joke and then it ends up in a fucking Fox News article. Like people still do the people still post that one time when I was like, when the beat drops, the spirit of jihad also is restored in me or something like that. I was saying when I was watching one of the Ansar Allah music videos. And someone unironically, like that's a clip that they use unironically, like over and over again. What was it? What did I forget what I said. It was very funny at the time.
Bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians...
Oh, I said when the beat drops, you can feel the jihad drop in your heart. Anyone that takes that seriously is the fucking stupidest person on the planet.
...that vote to confiscate people's guns. And the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns. You know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the...
He's saying he's a dick rider for Israel without the money, in the same way that many people are already pro Second Amendment unconditionally, and the NRA gives them a decent amount of money. It's not the actual lobby. He's not wrong, for the record. It's a little bit of both. But I always say this. These lobbies exist not for times of no conflict. These lobbies exist to write legislation, so oftentimes quietly, as AIPAC has, where there are anti-BDS laws in numerous states in America. But these lobbies exist in times like right now, okay? When politicians are pressured by the public to actually make democratic changes, and they choose not to because they are one, worried about like their opposition being funded, and two, they're worried about their money not coming down the line. And 3, they've already developed loyalties to these lobbyists. That is the major role that AIPAC or the NRA plays. Like, for example, there have been numerous instances where, do you see what the Zoomers are cooking? Oh, I saw this one, yes. There have been numerous instances where politicians were, there were people demanding action from their politicians in terms of sensible gun control legislation. Post Sandy Hook is a great example of this, where all of these NRA funded politicians didn't actually respond to the public pressure because they were getting a fuck ton of money from the NRA. That is where the lobbyist groups come into play. That's a million likes. That's crazy.
The case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can tell you.
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government...
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I talk with foreign countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know. So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
I get it. I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city.
Right.
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. Yeah. And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes $1,000 check and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. Okay. I know what it looks like.
But that is not, and by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have, when you're in Dallas, you're meeting with...
This is such a false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
Lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And
it's pretty wild that in order to try and defend this position, you have to behave like the audience is moronic. Like, I don't think there's a single person that will listen to this back and forth conversation and leave the conversation thinking, yeah, Tate Cruz did a really good job there, actually. Yeah, now I actually don't think AIPAC is the Israel lobby and is directly dominating American politicians. Like, it's just a series of polite, totally unrelated, circumstantial coincidences that happen to align perfectly, totally involuntarily, And all the people that work for the Israeli state that then go and work at AIPAC, that's just also a coincidence and totally, just a little mishap there.
I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking
to
with them?
Yes.
Is Israel directing them? You want to talk about FARA? the law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Or do they care about them? Yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't think AIPAC should register as a foreign agent because AIPAC's problem isn't that they're a direct arm of the Israeli government. The problem is that they exist to destroy any form of questioning against the U.S.'s relationship with an apartheid state. Yeah, I mean that, but also I think, yes, AIPAC should be destroyed. It's like not register as a foreign agent. I'll start with that, but I think it should be illegal. I think AIPAC should be illegal. It should not exist. No form of the Israel lobby should exist. No form of any lobby. If America is this like bastion of liberal democracy, no form of any fucking lobby that directly contradicts that should exist. And before people say, what about China? It doesn't exist, okay? And Americans would literally tell you exactly why it doesn't exist. And they would say that with a fucking straight face and be like, what do you mean a China lobby? You mean an authoritarian dictatorship like China could lobby our beautiful government? And it's like, okay, well, what about fucking Israel then?
Yes, but
do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics?
no.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to.
Did you say AIPAC doesn't have a right to exist? How dare you? I mean, wait till you hear what I have to say about the I in AIPAC and whether it has a right to exist. The answer is no, it does not. Okay. Just so you know. States have to justify their existence by defending its population. Okay. And by how it treats other populations. You can't just fucking be a state that occupies an indigenous population and dominates them for 77 fucking years and be like, oh, don't I have a right to exist? Look at me, little old me. How dare you? It's like, no, you don't have a right to exist. Get the fuck out of here. You're an apartheid doing a genocide. Of course you don't have a right to exist. Does Jews have a right to exist? Yes. What kind of stupid fucking question is this? My man said, oh, you don't think Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state doing ethnic cleansing campaigns? You must want to evaporate all Jews from existence. You have to be an actual psychopath. He said, does Jews?
But by the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly.
Oh my God. This is amazing. He just hit the fucking hard J, okay? He hit that so hard. Oh, you anti-Semite. Oh, wow. You think Jews control the media, huh, Tucker? What's next? You going to tell me about all the Jews in executive positions in the media too, Tucker? It's like, dude, he's not. Normally, under different circumstances, he might say that because I do think he's anti-Semitic. Having said that, in this conversation, he has not said that at all. He simply said, why is AIPAC not registered as a foreign agent if it gets its notes from a foreign state? If it is directly aligned with the goals of a foreign state as opposed to any other fucking foreign nation state? Why do lobbyists for this foreign state, why do the lobbies of this foreign state don't have to register as foreign agents? Say Am Israel High, Tucker. I feel like you haven't said your Am Israel Highs this morning, sir.
Saying that, and I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
God, I love fucking hog on hog violence, dude. I love hog on hog violence. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking, oh, it's tasty.
I did not.
Of course you are. And Rob,
Yeah, now you can hit him with the woke sauce. Okay, he could be like, "Why are you being so woke?" The W word. It's like, "Why are you doing identity politics, Ted Cruz? Are you doing a cancel culture, Ted Cruz?"
I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just ask.
Oh my Lord. Oh, he's cooking them. Oh, it's flank steak. Oh, it's flank steak night at the Tucker, McNear, Swanson, Buckley Carlson household. He's cooking him up like it's a fucking frozen dinner. God damn. A feline. He said you did it in a feline way. Doors open. Doors open. I'm nutting. That's amazing.
Asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the Ayatollah.
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's...
God, it's such a perfect distillation of all things wrong with America. It's such a perfect fucking counter to everything. That's it. It's like all of these right-wing guys who will be like, I hate woke culture. They turn into a fucking hysterical SJW the moment that they have to defend Israel. They'll say, oh, I hate foreign governments controlling or trying to control America. They immediately are like, well, no, Israel's different. Israel's different. They talk about how they hate censorship. Oh, well, Israel's different. We have to do censorship. Like, that's it. It's such a perfect example because it's in this weird space where it is both America and not America at the same time. But ironically enough, even if Israel was legally considered a de facto or legally considered a part of the United States, if any politician spent this much time defending its interests, like North Dakota, especially if they're not even from North Dakota, you would look at them like they're fucking psychotic. You'd be like, what do you mean? What? Excuse me, sir. Have you planned on traveling to North Dakota after becoming the mayor of New York? Like any other state. Fuck it. Say it about New Jersey and people will look at you funny. They'll be like, what do you mean? Like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? The New York mayoral primaries are taking place and someone's like, excuse me, if you don't go to Piscataway, you are literally anti-Jersey behavior. You're demonstrating anti-Jersey behavior. That's totally fucked up. It'd be like, that's the most insane thing anyone's ever fucking said. Like, what do you mean? What? Shut the fuck up. Does New Jersey have a right to exist?
obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll answer
in a straightforward, rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
you
that
just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is run.
You want to count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews.
Yeah, that's the other side. He ain't never, like, under different circumstances, maybe Tucker does make implications. He's too smart of a propagandist to, like, reveal his true position. This is one of the things that he's always done very well. Okay? That's why I used to consider him one of the most dangerous threats to American future as a very successful fascist propagandist. He is a fucking pro at taking white nationalist, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-brown narratives and twisting it in a framework that is fairly defensible. And in this situation, he didn't say Jews at all. He didn't say that at all. Do I think he's anti-Semitic? Probably. I mean, he did do a healthy dose of the Great Replacement theory, and the hidden underlying premise of the Great Replacement is that there's a shadowy group of people that are doing that. Okay? And that shadowy group of people, of course, are the Jews, right? So there is a reason to assume that he is most likely anti-Semitic, but he's not doing that right now. He's not doing that at all. He's not saying anything that is even remotely anti-Semitic.
Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence of
Israel and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
except you don't want to do anything about it,
decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try.
Yeah, it ultimately comes down to, why does Israel have this special status? And the honest answer for that is because it is immensely important to America's foreign policy goals in the region. Now, of course, that's the steelman position, but that's also the reality. Okay? That is the reality. And even then, though, it's still fucking indefensible how much Israel gets away with, which is precisely because it's not just about American foreign policy goals. There's also a healthy dose of Zionist ideology that American politicians and American Christians, American Jews that agree with this. Like, there is not only a material reason for it, but there's also definitely like an ideological predisposition towards defending Israel due to tremendous propaganda, because it is a very sophisticated network of influence. And that is precisely the reason why then you turn around and you say, okay, why don't you, why is this allowed? You can always point to other allied states and ask, like, if England did half the shit that Israel did, we would punish them. If England did half the shit that Israel did back to America, we would punish them. Like, outward, open fucking espionage at the behest of the British state, for example. Like, Jonathan Pollard was literally released and was able to fly in a private jet by Trump booster Sheldon fucking Adelson back to Israel. Jonathan Pollard was in American prison for spying on the United States of America at the behest of Israel. Donald Trump released him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. Don't worry. Only because you finally agree with him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. No, I feel deep shame. Not in the way that you think. I feel deep shame for the people that I know. Actually very intelligent people in mainstream media. I feel deep sense of shame for the profession of journalism. Because Tucker Carlson should not be the person who is asking these questions. Everyone should be asking these questions. And it only took Tucker to lose his standing with mainstream media, with Fox News, to come out this way.
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit.
Okay. Picture the house you're dreaming.
God, he's so fucking fat.
Gentlemen.
No.
It's this great movie. It's actually a fun comedy about politics. And Eddie Murphy in the movie is a con man who gets elected to Congress. And he's literally a con man who, the congressman dies, he has the same name, and so he runs and they get elected. And there's a scene in the movie where Eddie Murphy is a freshman member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist. And he's asking the lobbyist, all right, what should my positions be on, I think they were talking about power plants and electrical transmission lines. And the lobbyist's like, well, what do you believe? And Eddie Murphy, as the con man, said, I don't care. Whatever gets me the most money. I'll do whatever gets me the most money. And the lobbyist says, no. Pick a side. Doesn't matter what you pick. If you pick one side, we'll go shake down everyone who supports that side and they'll give you money. If you pick the other side, that's fine. We'll just go to the other side and shake.
Wait, what's the anti-Israel lobby in this equation? Why is it that every side is pro-Israel? Why is it that there is no anti-Israel lobby? Care? Okay, dude. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, the famously powerful Care, which I think is like on the verge of being classified as a fucking terrorist group. That's great. Virtually, like, I would say 99% of Republicans and like 75% of Democrats consider Care to be a fucking terrorist group, like a hostile entity inside of American borders. What kind of legislation has Care actually funded?
Shake down that. That's a little bit the way it works. And you often get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment, as you do, and
CARE is the Council for American Islamic Relations. It's basically like a anti-hate group, like a anti-Islamophobia group, basically. J Street. That's funny. Also funny. So you're telling me that the only opposition to AIPAC is yet another Zionist lobby for Israel. A liberal one, but still a Zionist lobby for Israel. Wow. Very diverse range of options here for the anti-Israel lobby, seemingly.
And I do. Well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA supports me? Sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. But it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran for the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me. I'm happy to have their support because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that. I want to go back and take sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for a foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said. So you are suggesting that.
Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I even
take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on this city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of others. The UK.
China's a huge problem. China lobby is a huge problem. Israel, though, great lobby, best lobby. Love the steaks. Okay. I don't get it. You just said you'd take money from a group that you don't agree with. Would you take money from the China lobby?
Which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion. As a
like, dude, it's so funny to think. Like, what influence does the fucking Chinese state have over the United States of America? What lobbying influence does the Chinese government have over the United States of America? Oh my God. TikTok is a service that is owned and operated by the Chinese government that Americans are voluntarily using. It is not the same as moneyed interest. And TikTok is impossible to combat because we fucking love our treats. It's like saying Temu is a Chinese lobby. Okay? It's like saying what's it fucking called? I mean, there is pervasive Chinese lobbying interest in the country. They're just not in the direction of the current Chinese government. If you want to talk about fucking Shenyun, okay, or Falun Gong, or Epoch Times, or NTD, those are anti-Chinese government influences. So that's a little different, don't you think? Yeah, it's like Labubus are a pervasive influence. Labubus have a pervasive influence, a stranglehold on the American population. It's the Chinese government's way of lobbying America. Yeah, Genshin Impact, Chinese lobby.
Nick Britt, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path. I love the Brits, but their government has gone off the rails. Without even getting into that,
I'm just saying I don't think Israel's the only one. But it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite.
Hey, how does it feel that literally no lefty journals will be that aggressive with a Democrat senator, especially while they're in power? Probably says a lot about the other side. Wait, what? Are you talking about me? Because if I had the opportunity, you think if I had the opportunity to fucking interview a Democrat congressperson, I wouldn't rip them? Are you crazy? And if you're pointing to like AOC or Bernie Sanders to get a fucking silly gotcha, this is an hour and 59 minutes long. Bernie and I sat down and talked for approximately, what, 10 minutes or 35 in the previous conversation that we had. Unless you're talking about CNN and MSNBC, at which point they're not real. Also, Bernie Sanders, when matched up with the rest of U.S. Congress, is infinitely closer to my position, as opposed to Tucker Carlson's position in this situation is, like Tucker Carlson and Bernie Sanders would sit down and Tucker Carlson would not rip Bernie Sanders to shreds on his position on Israel. Tucker Carlson is talking to one of the most pro-Israel politicians in the country. That's funny. Wait, come on, man. That's just a lie. You literally had Greg Kazar on stream multiple times and you have not once ripped him on his fucking awful takes. Wait, hold on. Someone said Ro Khanna as well, which I did. Once again, not a fucking hour-long back-and-forth conversation. I told Ro Khanna that Israel was doing a genocide a year ago at DNC. I asked him why no Democrat is also openly saying that Israel's doing a genocide that we are participating in at DNC.
For asking questions. And it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize. And I find
criticize Israel every minute.
I also, when I had a conversation with Greg Azar, I asked him why he didn't endorse Zoran Mamdani and instead endorsed Brad Lander.
Every day. Like, the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Rashida Tlaib? No,
you said no one will criticize.
No, I'm talking about Republicans that I would vote for, including you. And I'm saying, whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But
yeah, a better comparison to this would be you pressuring Dems on immigration, something the party was for. You asked every Democratic congressperson you had about immigration, from Ro Khanna to Rashida Tlaib. Exactly. Every single one, including ones who were in agreement with me and said the Democratic Party wasn't doing enough, like AOC and Rashida Tlaib, and also ones like Ro Khanna as well.
But that's not. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we are on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came in...
Bro, it's not about ego. They were talking about the mainstream left media. No, I'm responding to someone else. I'm responding to other people who said you've interviewed Democratic congresspersons and you didn't actually call them to task. The first person also said leftists, and I thought they were being disingenuous because I didn't think that they meant MSNBC when they meant leftist media.
The Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why. So let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that, like, your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay.
I don't even think about Israel.
Tucker, words matter.
Uh-huh.
And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug ODs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And you played a very, very careful word game of a lie to you.
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe.
He had to hit the Bible, dude. Someone had a really funny response on Twitter. It was like, if I name my son Jesus, will you have to worship him like he's the son of God? Lest you be damned to hell. I'm like, you don't understand. It's in the Bible. Tucker, I'll have you know the Bible. Okay? That's my answer. Asked and answered.
Believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase you don't have...
Damn. He's cooking him, even with the Bible stuff. God damn. Tucker Carlson taking the atheist debate lord position of knowing more about the Bible than the opposition that's just simply bringing up the Bible as a talking point. Classic take. He's not an atheist, obviously, but I'm just saying it's like that's a classic atheist move, atheist debate lord move.
Context for it, and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your
It's Bible maxing.
theology. I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker,
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
Well, hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually,
The Bible was clear on this, okay? 1948. The Bible says it. 1948, okay? It's the same country. That's what it's talking about. Also, Jesus walked on water.
American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
that's what God was talking about
Yes.
in Genesis.
I do, but
That country's existed since when?
for thousands of years. Now there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated.
No. Oh, God, I'm enjoying this too much. That's crazy. No, this is wrong. It feels fucked up. It's like the worst piece of shit dunking on an even greater piece of shit. Oh, I hate this. Oh, it feels fucked up. It feels a little fucked up. I should not be deriving this much satisfaction because I know like both of these guys are evil. You know what I mean? I feel so dirty enjoying this process so much. God damn, Tucker is twisting him like a fucking pretzel. Oh, God. Oh, my God. He is just fucking whipping him around.
Created just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying,
Dude, every fucking unk in Malaysia is going to be doing replays of this. They're all diehard Tucker fans now. I'm telling you. Like all the Jackson Hinkle fans that live in like Bangladesh, they are now diehard Fedayeen for Tucker Carlson. 3 Muslim uncles sent me this. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is going crazy on the Muslim uncle space, okay? This is the clips from this fucking back and forth is going crazy in every WhatsApp chat, okay? I'm telling you right now, they're going wild. This is going to do unk numbers for sure. I'm a Bangladeshi unk and I'm sold already. Okay, make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. Tucker Carlson would destroy you. He would sanction off your death and destruction. If you are an unk in Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, okay? I'm telling you right now, Tucker Carlson would actively celebrate your demise. He is not a friend. He's a foe. Right now, he's cooking.
I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation. But, okay,
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
All right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
if you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
Jew here, when the Bible refers to his people Israel, we were taught that this is referring to the Jewish people, not a political entity established in the 1940s. Thank you for your time. Yeah, tell that to Ted Cruz. He's like, no, you don't understand. The Bible said Israel has to be in apartheid. The Bible said they have to be there and they have to have nukes. The Bible also said it's crazy, and I'm not even paraphrasing, okay? Genesis 18:47. Let me tell you, okay? Genesis 1963. In both passages, the Bible says America must do a first strike on Iran alongside the modern Israeli nation state on the Fordow nuclear facility that the Islamic Republic of Iran has built on the side of a fucking mountain. I didn't make it up. It's in the Bible. It says in the fine print. It's crazy. The Bible has it all. People forget. People forget these important passages.
That is, for me, a personal motivation. But I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me. But I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then
and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Do we think that Ted is smart enough to actually comprehend the difference between the biblical Israel and the decision to name the 1948 state Israel, a name which was literally among multiple candidates at the World Zionist Congress, or is he just incredibly fucking dumb? I think he doesn't know that. Like, I think if you were to add, like, a lot of these guys don't give a shit, obviously. They just don't care, right? But if you dig into the history of Zionism and its inception, all of the, ironically enough, all of the religious seasoning added as a justification for the nation state was put there by secular Jews who do not give a fuck about Judaism, and did it so that they could potentially bring in support from religious Jews who were directly opposed to the development of a state that was for the Jews. The notion that this is a 3,000-year project is so fucking stupid. There were, and perhaps always throughout history, a far larger number of Christians who believed in the Zionist project than there were Jews who believed in the Zionist project. There has never been a moment throughout history where there were more Jews than Christians that believed in Zionism. It has not existed till this it does not exist today, and it has never existed. The people that universally back Zionism as a project has always been Christians, overwhelmingly. You could say there are more Jews that believe in Zionism as opposed to Jews that don't believe in Zionism in comparison to Christians that believe in Zionism as opposed to Christians that don't. Fair. Okay. I don't know what the percentage breakdown would look like within Christianity, but by totality, by numbers, there has never been a fucking moment on the history of this planet from the inception of Israel or the inception of the Zionist project at the behest of developing a nation state for Jewish people, okay, from Theodore Herzl onwards until this very moment. There's never been a moment where there were more Jews that were Zionists than Christians. But our different religions, it doesn't matter. The purpose is the same. The purpose has always been the same. Zionism in and of itself, with all of the religious associations, was completely concocted by motherfuckers who don't believe in that shit at all. There's no, like, Theodore Herzl is secular and was not a religious Jew at all. Every aspect of the myth making associated with the modern Israeli state is designed that way so that dumb fucks in 2025, like 100 years later, okay, will turn around and act as though there was a 3,000-year history here. It's fucking bullshit. The Uganda scheme was proposed by British Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain to create a Jewish homeland in the portion of British East Africa. It was presented at the Sixth World Zionist Congress in Basel in 1903 by Theodore Herzl, the founder of modern Zionist movement. He presented it as a temporary refuge for Jews to escape rising anti-Semitism in Europe. The proposal faced opposition from both within the Zionist movement and the British colony. Burden or a gift? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Ted literally thinks this. Look. Exactly right. And yes, Tucker really argued when the Bible says Israel doesn't mean Israel. Last night, Tucker Carlson acknowledged as a Christian the biblical mandate to bless Israel, but suggested the government of Benjamin Netanyahu was not biblical Israel. Seems to me a pretty misguided point that this son of a rabbi will try to address. Israel has always been Israel. It has always had leaders, some good, some not. The Bible has never qualified the mandate to bless Israel by who was leading it. That's not the whole point. And by the way, I support Netanyahu. Thanks, David. We didn't know you supported Netanyahu from the fucking multiple aneurysms that you get when you watch, like, I don't know, the Emmys or something, and someone has a fucking pro-Palestine pin. We know, David. We know you support Benjamin Netanyahu, David. We know. You didn't have to say that. David Friedman, supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu. Shocking. Stop the presses. Okay. The nation of Israel today comprises a people that praise in the same language, in the same place, with the same liturgy as in ancient times. It is faith. Its faith is governed by the Old Testament. It's the same nation of Israel referred to in the Bible. The return of the Jewish people from exile to statehood within the land of Israel is exactly the biblical prophecy of Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, and actualizes God's covenants with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You don't need to believe any of this, but if you are a self-proclaimed Christian professing allegiance to the biblical covenants and prophecies but denying these principles, I don't understand your theology. Yeah, not the same language. But the liturgical language, I think, is what he's referencing there. Zionism was wildly unpopular among the secular Jews of Europe. It was literally a part of their political identity. It's not just the secular Jews. There were also a fuck ton of religious Jews that also, through a theological framework, thought that it was heretical or entirely against the, I don't know, the Jews don't do heresy, right? Whatever the fucking Jewish equivalent is, but thought it was against the religion to develop a Jewish nation state by force rather than rather than allowing it to happen with the Messiah. Exactly right. And yes, Tucker really argued when the Bible says Israel, it doesn't mean Israel. I like that this conversation surrounding the Bible has led us down this path of trying to justify the existence of a modern nation state by pointing to just something that's made up. Okay? It is mind-boggling to me. Who fucking cares? Like, oh man, shit, the Bible said so? Well, oops. Okay, atheist Andy. No, it's fucking idiotic. As I've said before, as I've said before many times, don't care what people believe in. Okay? You can believe whatever the fuck you want. As long as it doesn't, your beliefs don't justify doing violence to other people. At which point, I'm out. You can't take away someone else's liberties. You can't take away someone else's rights. The application of a modern nation state that is literally ethnically cleansing the indigenous population is antithetical to my belief system. So, of course, that's an insane justification. Like, that's ridiculous. The moment where you're like, well, the Bible said so, and I'm like, okay, I don't care. Then you should probably also perish. The Bible says a lot of stuff that you're doing, mixing and matching cottons and eating shellfish. You should probably be stoned to death for those things, right? Like, who gives a fuck? Now I'm turning into a fucking Reddit debate lord. Do you see what I mean? It just so happens that the Islamic Republic of Iran and Reddit atheists are aligned on this one particular issue. Yeah, get ready to be mauled by 35 bears if you make fun of a bald person.
Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria.
Yeah, there are Jews who moved to Palestine before Balfour or even modern Zionism. There's nothing wrong with that, or anyone moving there for personal, religious, or whatever purpose. The problem is when a genocidal apartheid state is created to exclude and displace rather than exist within the local population. But Israel writers act like hating the latter means you hate the former. Yeah, the idea that like Jews actually came not as a settler colonial enterprise from its inception, deliberately crafted by a fucking colonial entity that was in charge as Palestine, British Mandate Palestine was its bounty after World War I for defeating the Ottomans, as though this wasn't a deliberate attempt to displace the existing population and then continue its domination, do ethnic cleansing, planned ethnic cleansing in an effort to develop a nation state. Like, all of this is completely unjustifiable. It wasn't like people were just like, oh yeah, I want to move here. This seems great. And then people were like, no, fuck you. That's not how this works. That's not the function. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a nation state called Israel right now. It'd be still called Palestine. A diverse, most likely secular nation state that has equal rights and representation for all Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike living inside of its boundaries. And that'd be fantastic. I am in favor of that, of course, obviously.
The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him.
Me, Ted Cruz, moments prior, Israel has a right to exist in the violent ways that it does because the Bible told me so. Of course, I'm going to unconditionally demand the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians so that the Bible-based Israel can exist in the violent ways that it does. Ted Cruz, 3 seconds later, people who actually get very mad at that sort of stuff and foreign intervention and say death to America as a call sign are religious extremists, and it's scary. This is chauvinism through and through. The notion that like you can be a Christian nationalist and a fucking straightforward fascist, back religious extremists, religious fundamentalist countries that are doing an ethnic cleansing, and in the process of like talking about other nation states that also are run by religious fundamentalists, but are morally in a more correct position, a position of self-defense in this process. Those are the bad guys. Well, okay. It feels like your argument is just on very shaky moral foundations here.
Him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey.
Oh my God. Oh God. Israel's small bean. Israel's so small. It's a small bean. It's got 400 nukes, man. Shut the fuck up. There's only one religious fundamentalist nation in the fucking desert that has the nuclear striking capabilities of targeting America and all around the world. And it's not fucking Iran. It's Israel, bitch. That's right. There's only one nuclear armed state led by religious fundamentalists that has the capacity to fucking reach America with its nukes. Only one. And that nation, no, not Pakistan, dummy. Pakistan does not have the capacity to reach America. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm using my words very carefully, chatters. Also, wouldn't be considered a desert anyway. They do have nukes.
Is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
Guy whose party leader has a masturbation accountability app with his son is critical of religious zealot leaders. Yep. It's so funny. God, it's awesome. This is, again, a glaringly obvious hypocrisy. Glenn Greenwald joked to us at Breaking Points yesterday that it rings a bit hollow when we call Iran a theocracy when lawmakers like Ted Cruz and our former ambassador are citing biblical and rabbinical doctrine to justify supporting striking Iran. It's true. Pakistan can reach Israel hard. True. True. Why is Glenn Greenwald cooking? Glenn Greenwald has always cooked when it comes to Israel. Are you kidding me? He cooked so hard, they leaked his fucking sexual blackmail material. Allegedly, Israel leaked it. Probably, though. Come on. I seen things. I seen things that I should have never seen.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear
weapon,
Yes.
and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the table.
He certainly suggested. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military response.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
But do you believe that's true?
Again, I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they had tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that, I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that...
Ryan Ruth, agent of Iran, and whatever the fucking ugly dude's name was, I forgot. I can't believe I forgot. And he actually did fucking strike Trump. What was it? Thomas Matthew Crooks, the IRGC's most loyal servant.
This clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes, that Iran is paying for. And by the way,
wait, when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term, rather. John Bolton, when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook, who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration...
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean? When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden
administration... Well, they say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him, and they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact, during
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians...
Okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay. And I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the
Wait, he just misspoke. Shit, my bad. I thought he was fucking lying like he does all the time. I guess he misspoke on numerous occasions and he just keeps misspeaking. You know, Israel and Israeli envoys, they misspeak all the time. Have I told you that Israel was in the Bible and also is the size of New Jersey? Bet you feel stupid now, don't you? Yeah, bet you feel dumb now. As soon as I told you that this nuclear armed violent state that's conducting a 7-front war with unlimited munitions coming from the United States of America is the size of the state of New Jersey. If you don't immediately redirect your line of questioning, I will call you an anti-Semite. Okay? Come on, it was a misspoken assassination accusation. Oh, shit, yeah. Fuck.
By the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
Okay, but right, okay, that's fine.
And he was conflating it with the two attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder...
The use of nuclear weapons... See,
whatever
that's part of the problem of...
So what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right, 20 years ago...
That's crazy. It's a freak off. It's a hawk off. I mean, he's baiting him, to be fair. He's trying to show that Ted Cruz is not sincere in this situation. But, of course, he gets to entertain these hypotheticals because I don't think he would give a shit if we nuked Tehran. Tucker Carlson, I mean, because he has in the past advocated for that. But he's calling Ted Cruz's bluff.
You were... I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world, you were a vocal,
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War,
and you now, and look. I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view,
gross. By the way, he said, "No, I fucking promoted it."
They've gone way too far the other end. And so I'm just
totally confused.
Why.
I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's that's a cult of violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said, which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you've said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So you dispute that they're trying to murder
I'm not disputing
Hook,
it at all.
And Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why... that's even relevant. I'm asking about the president of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran
not
hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration. That doesn't go to
I've
how
already
credible
said
is it that they're
I'm
willing to spend money to do
totally
that.
opposed to that. It's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually, and
Okay, I'm
especially
not.
foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that
And let me be
that
clear,
Iran
I'm
is trying to
emphatically for
murder the
killing our enemies.
president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America. And so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
I gotta run it back. The pause is so bad. He's so mad.
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
Oh my God, bro. 1 hour of toasting. Dude, I can't. This is shameful. This is a shameful experience. It's like eating an ortolan. You know what I mean? I feel like I need to cover up because this is an affront to God. I am disrespecting God by deriving this much satisfaction from a white nationalist CIA reject cooking this worm-like individual is fucked up. I haven't watched a debate that I've been this satisfied with. I have yet to watch a debate that was this satisfying in so fucking long. Like, this is having the exact opposite of watching a Jubilee piece of content from Jubilee for me. It's crazy. It's been a long ass time since I felt this way watching a debate. Yürüyeceğim mi? Nereye? Eyvallah peki. I think the last time I felt this way was watching Norm Finkelstein whip up Mr. Bonarelli.
Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question about trying to kill the president? You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president.
Yes.
You sincerely believe right now.
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is
You're willing to take that risk?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
Oh,
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource
and by
it to
the
Israel
way,
if
your
they're
first
trying
question
to?
was why are you for
Israel
regime change? That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran.
No.
Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is...
It's crazy because these guys believe 100, like not 100, obviously, 99% of the same shit. But on this one issue, Tucker Carlson does not agree with him. So I guess like maybe this is me coping, but like it's two maximum white nationalist, racist, possibly anti-Semitic individuals, but one is pro-Israel and one is anti-Israel. So the anti-Israel one is the clear and obvious voice of reason in this situation. I do not believe, for the record, that Tucker Carlson actually called up Trump to apologize. Dude, is Trump threatening to Iran to scare Putin out of Ukraine? He's not anti-Israel. He's just less pro. No. Tucker Carlson's anti-Israel. Chatter. I think he's definitely anti-Israel. I don't think he's pro-Israel. I'm gonna be honest. There are foreign nations that Tucker Carlson is in favor of. Russia, for example. He's definitely pro-Russia. He's not pro-Israel.
A good risk reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it. But
I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary,
vehemently agreeing.
As a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible, evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China. In Venezuela, people are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners. Yeah.
Look, yes. Look, there is power to speaking out. And
that's such an insane insertion. I felt that way about the J6 prisoners is a psychotic thing to add into this conversation. Yeah. 200 lashes is what all the J6 prisoners were getting. It was really fucked up.
Ultimately, Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation, the government of Sudan let her go. And so she was not executed. And I met her. So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, we will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus. And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference after she was released, obviously. And I asked her, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said, when you were in that prison cell with your kids, how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me. And thankfully, you and I have not faced that circumstance. But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is, and I hope we don't.
What fucking planet are these guys on? What the fuck are they talking? Okay, is the rest of this even... Okay, oh, there's more. Wait, are there Iranian assassins trying to kill Trump? More? Okay, can we move away from this fucking stupid ass story? I don't, like, Ted Cruz talking about how like Christians are under attack in America and alongside Tucker Carlson is not even remotely in the realm of interest for me. I'm
in there, but yeah.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
I remember.
I have up on the shelf, which I
happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again. Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists, and they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS.
Famously.
I mean, those are not the
gone.
actions of an isolationist. But at the same
I
time,
don't even know
Trump,
what isolationist. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never met an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a
Of course
slur.
I've not.
You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me.
No, that's I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson actually put forth a fairly strong case, I suspect, that he makes in the rest of this argument. But even judging by like what the thing that you just read from your foldable quote that you printed out is that going to war with Iran is not in the best interests of America. Further destabilization in the region is not in the best interest of America. Getting your notes from Israel and putting Israel in the driving, behind the steering wheel of our ambitions in the region is not a smart thing to do, especially considering that they already have an incredibly costly ethnic cleansing campaign against the Palestinians that is even creating more enmity towards the United States of America in this region, and is going to make it even harder to maintain stability in this region with leadership of these countries maintaining some structure of like a monarchy or different forms of autocracies that will always remain stable. Eventually, this will unfold in uncontrollable acts of violence and potential even regime change. America is too short-term focused to think that they can continue death and destruction campaigns in the region in perpetuity and basically destabilize all these places, and without considering the potential for blowback, even though it is a country that has experienced blowback in the form of 9/11. Pretty sure agreeing with Tucker Carlson is the first sign of an apocalypse. I think his major reason for isolationism, I assume, is because he doesn't want immigrants to come to the country. Like he's taking like an Oregonian abolitionist framework. Like Oregon as a state was developed to be an anti-slavery state because they didn't want black people to be in the state. You know, it's kind of like that. It's the old attitude of like not invading Mexico when America had the capacity to do so because too many Mexicans. They don't want to live with all these Mexicans. There have been isolationist right wingers in the past that think that more war means more refugees, more brown people coming here. He said Syria ruined Europe and he doesn't want Iran to be Syria. Yeah, it's basically like that. Is his position, let's stop bombing the Middle East so they stop coming here? Yes. Ironically enough, you can make the same argument about destabilization in Latin American countries as well. Like literally a big component of migration from Latin American countries. Strawman argument, nice. Sorry, you're right. I should have said Tucker Carlson actually is an anti-imperialist after spending his entire fucking career defending every single war that America has waged, including against Iran, that he said were as a nation state developed by primitive apes that we need to bomb back to the fucking Stone Age. Or maybe he said that about Iraq. He said similar things about Iran too. Tucker Carlson, with his CIA father and his 40-year track record of advocating for U.S. empire's interests, all of a sudden had a change of heart. No, I don't think he had a fucking a complete change of heart where he genuinely now is an anti-imperialist because he cares about the people that are going to be murdered. I mean, he not once mentions the Iranian civilians and the death toll that would be insurmountable, impossible to contend with if America were to do a first strike on Iran. He called Iraqi semi-literate primitive monkeys on the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Yeah, he said something similar about Iran as well. He said that America's the only non-interventionist country on the planet. America's the only country on the planet that has no ambition of being a global hegemon. That's what he said. And that we should destroy Iran because they have ambitions like that. Here's the thing. Either Tucker Carlson sees the writing on the wall about the popular resentment against the state of Israel and wants to get ahead of the wave and is no longer contracted by mainstream media and therefore doesn't have the same career ambitions, or he is isolationist because he doesn't want the destabilization, the immigration that takes place after the destabilization.
Is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is...
Like, notice how the difference between me and Tucker Carlson is if someone were to be like, oh, well, this person said he hates America. Do you love that? I'd be like, I think there's pretty valid reasons for this, for anyone over there to hate America. You hate Iran, and Iran has done significantly less to America than vice versa. It's weirder that you fucking hate Iran than the average Iranian hating America. That's what I would say. What the fuck has Iran done to you, dumbass? Nothing. Literally nothing. Iran literally held vigils after 9/11. Iran has routinely fought against Salafist brigades in the fucking region. The brigades that also, the militancy that we concocted, by the way, we did. The Western superpowers did. There was this Tucker can debate. No, I mean, he's not debating Ted Cruz. He's asking a couple good questions. That isn't a debate, chatter. If you think this is a debate, you are a donkey. It's not a debate when the person is so ill-equipped that a couple questions makes them break everything.
Leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something.
I did call it a debate. Yes, I know. But it's more, this is adversarial journalism. That's what it is. More so than a debate. I feel like it can be consumed as a debate. But what Tucker Carlson is doing more so is adversarial journalism, where a couple questions basically breaks down the entire worldview of someone like Ted Cruz.
Or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite.
All right,
that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay,
I
so if you don't like the label
questions.
isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I serve with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support, and you disagree with them all?
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely?
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion. and the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And
It was
I
clearly
felt
a
like,
mistake.
gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, "My men will be back by the time the leaves turn." And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting.
Holy shit. What a way to frame that. What now?
In 1914 saying, "My men will be back by the time the leaves turn." And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's
He must be pro-Ottoman too? No. Bro, he's such a fucking psycho supremacist. Like, World War I destroyed Christian Europe. And led to the further destruction of Christian Europe because of World War II, where countries that are supposed to be unified are at war with one another. My man is just really fucking loves the Habsburgs. Dudes rock hard for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He's saying that in the absence of these wars, that Europe would have maintained its like Christian supremacist attitude.
It's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So look, I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation.
Right.
And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where
He's saying that Russia's participation in World War I led to the Bolshevik Revolution, which should dismantle Christianity because he thinks the Bolsheviks were Jewish. And also a lot of, you know, secular democracies were designed in the aftermath, or all the events that unfolded led to World War II as well. Basically, his preference is Christian monarchs existing would be a better form of Europe, as opposed to what Europe looks like now.
where we don't. You know, I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence, violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies to...
Did I miss the part? Did Ted Cruz actually imply that he's anti-Iraq war? Did he try to like sneak that in? Is that even the case? In 2015, he said, of course, the Iraq war was a mistake. Ted Cruz broke his relative silence on Iraq on Wednesday evening, urging the U.S. to prepare to evacuate its citizens and warning against any deal with Iran. Wait, Ted Cruz? We have to be very clear that any mission we might undertake in Iraq is directed at protecting the national security interests of the United States, not based upon the ephemeral goal of achieving political reconciliation in Baghdad. Whatever the history of U.S. intervention in Iraq, our priorities now should be able to protect our people and defend our national security interests, not to try to resolve an intractable religious divide some 1,500 years in the making. This was 11 years ago. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out what he has said earlier than this very moment right here, where he said he was anti-Iraq war. Take the quiz? No. I will not be taking the Theodore Jebediah Cruz quiz.
To me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And then you
that
said...
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay.
So
why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone... nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So where... I've asked you the names of these people. I've asked you how you know the names of the Iranian
hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting because...
I think that's insane, for the record. Like, what do you mean? You would be in support of military action against the fucking head of state of Iran is a psychotic thing as well.
Because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't... You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to...
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact?
How are you still covering this? Brother, how many times do you get to see a porky little succulent pig right up on the barbecue getting toasty? Like, how many instances do you think we get to watch Ted Cruz get fucked on camera, but in a way that is actually pleasing to the eyes? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna fucking savor this, because Ted Cruz right here, from my perspective, is also a representative of all politicians that agree with him. Because he is not just speaking for Ted Cruz here. He's speaking for virtually every Republican, with the exception of Thomas Massey, and like 80% of the Democratic Party. This is like sitting there watching the fucking Jacobins guillotine I don't know, royal family members, okay, in the fucking city hall. Like, I assume that there was a lot of satisfaction that was derived from that. Let us fucking appreciate this moment, because Ted Cruz is a representative for all politicians here who, with regular frequency, avoid this kind of conversation. This never happens. The only reason why this happened is because Ted Cruz thought he was going into a non-hostile territory.
Exactly.
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran. So they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but are
Iran.
they the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy.
I believe in self-defense. I'm not, but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
But is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Soy right, by the way. Calling isolationism as a slur is soy right. It's like saying, oh man, tanky is a slur. If anyone were to pull that shit in my chat, I would laugh at them. I would make fun of them. You'd be the dumbest person of all time. No, it's just like a catch-all term. It's a pejorative. It's a way to deflect from the points that you're making by signaling all of the things that your opposition is making up about you that you supposedly believe.
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they?
No, Mark Levin brought it back. Mark Levin was straight up saying neocon is a pejorative for Jewish the other day. No way. That's old school, dude. That's like Bush era. That's Bush era conservatism. Oh my God, we're back in teacot days, baby. That's awesome. Yeah, claiming neocon is a slur, is a way to say Jew and is like a slur is so funny. Because like the overwhelming amount of neocons are Christian nationalists. That's awesome. Yeah. Nowadays people just talk about fucking Zionist as a substitute term for Jew. Zionist. If you say Zionist, you mean Jew. Please don't look at the overwhelming number of Christian Zionists. You just mean Jew. Which regime do you like? The People's Republic of China, led by the General Secretary Xi Jinping. The Communist Party of China. Cap? Yeah.
They running Syria right now, and you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't
say ISIS is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did. Look,
I mean, I know why.
But by the way, I didn't push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why I don't
Assad
care?
is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not
why?
a big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why? And you do your like trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
What? Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something. But by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die, but now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria? Because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is, I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah. And when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
Oh, so you got a wait and see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that, but you don't seem
By
very
the way,
upset about that.
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS, and what I care about is results, actually, and if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it, but now ISIS runs Syria,
Okay,
so I'm wondering how does this
at the
work?
time. I mean, my point is...
At the time, I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern.
And by the way, that's a reasonable worry. Look,
I know it's reasonable.
It was funny when he said facts change over time, for the record. No, they didn't. Facts didn't change. Your career ambitions did. I get why so many people watch Tucker on Fox. Yes, he is an incredibly, incredibly successful propagandist. I used to rip my fucking hair out every night. He speaks at a frequency where, and at a tune where he can so perfectly craft a narrative with plausible deniability that is inherently white supremacist, incredibly white supremacist, but with like just the right tweaking of the words. I used to do compilations of like Tucker Carlson side by side with like Jared Taylor and all these other like prominent white nationalists. And he just channels their worldview so perfectly in a way that is palatable. It's terrifying. And he was endlessly successful.
Reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking.
So is what he's saying here true since you're not saying anything about it? Yes. He is. He is. The way I described it is like it's two racist white nationalists arguing with one another. They're both Christian fascists as well, but one is anti-Israel and one is pro-Israel. And the anti-Israel position is the correct one here. So Tucker Carlson is arguing not on the same boundaries that I would argue, because like I would talk about the human toll, civilian casualties. He doesn't care about that. But because the situation with Israel is so untenable, it's so indefensible that he can argue even from like this weird concocted isolationist white nationalist perspective and still come across as the correct position.
Just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well could
if there's a war.
I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
Would you consider Tucker an isolationist? Not even. He's just, I don't even think he is. I'm sure these guys are never actually like anti-war, right? I would never say that they're anti-war, for example. I wouldn't even say he's isolationist, because most of these guys will do this indecent thing, like Marjorie Taylor Greene does this, where they'll say, this is not a war worth waging, right? If you're a leftist, you believe no war but class war. If you're anti-war, if you're anti-imperialism, that's what you believe, okay? These guys will say, this is not a war that is worthwhile. The hidden implication there is that there are wars, oftentimes imperial ambitions, imperial conquest, that is worthwhile. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, will say, why are we doing all this in the Middle East? Well, why are we giving so much money to Ukraine? We should stop funding Ukraine. Why? Because we should redirect all of our resources to Mexico. For Tucker Carlson, I suspect the war worth waging is with China. Okay? At the domestic front, the war worth waging for Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like that are with, first, internally against socialists, radicals, right? People who don't mind that America is a diverse nation. And ultimately, the international war that needs to be waged is against China. Now, of course, ironically enough, I believe that Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and the Democratic Party are aligned with Tucker Cruz on the notion that the real war that must be waged is against China. I think that they just have different methods of how to wage said war. Did I say Tucker Cruz, Ted Cruz, and Tucker Carlson? Okay, guys, I'm on almost 9 hours here. Okay, calm down. Calm down, everybody. Yes, I said the wrong name. Haha, I mixed their names. Calm down.
Read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire.
Bro, I put my head down for like 20 seconds and there's still motherfuckers spamming Tucker Cruz in the chat. That's crazy. Y'all are so one note. That's crazy. There are still people spamming Tucker Cruz in the chat. What is happening? Also, yeah, you guys noticed that plug. Tucker Cruz did a plug on the Ted Carlson show.
Top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know if the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am.
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like,
oh my God, this is an interesting moment where oh my God, I almost said Ted Carlson again. Tucker Carlson almost by accident mentioned what happens to the country, as in, for a brief moment, we almost got them to think about the civilian death toll. Just for a moment, 1 hour and 26 minutes. And this was about to be the first time that they talk about the population of Iran or any of these countries that America is like bombing or facilitating the death and destruction of. Almost. We got this close and they're moving on.
You, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they've got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I mean, I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fort Al was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fort Al.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Israel doesn't. So the one military piece
nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct. Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not.
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
Well, it's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change, and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out
the U.S. If Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And
Pussy. He can't say he would stand in opposition to Israel. He can't. He can't say that. God forbid.
There is nations in war.
Tucker should ask him, is there anything that you disagree with the Israeli government on? Has the Israeli government done anything so far that you disagree with? Has there ever been a thing that you've disagreed with the Israeli government on throughout the history of Israel? Do you think there are things that the Israeli government can do in the future that you would disagree with vehemently, so much so that you would actually come out and say, this is a bridge too far?
Generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, they're sure. Like if...
Oh, fuck.
So...
We were like...
necessarily. I don't know if it's...
We're going to States
killing the Ayatollah. And there is...
I caught it.
Nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing... Nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate regime change.
Okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
Cinema. That's it. I mean, it's a in this day and age, I don't think this tanks people's candidacy ever. Like, I don't think this will hurt the support that Ted Cruz receives. But it's such a fantastic gotcha to showcase the absolute depravity of American politicians that basically talk about death and destruction over there without even knowing basic facts about the people whose death sentence that they're signing off on. This isn't to make it so that, like, if Ted Cruz knew off the top of his dome, what the number of people are in Iran, but the very fact that he doesn't know makes it all that more damning. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be on board with Ted Cruz saying that that he'd be on board with like regime change or bombing Iran, bombing the Iranian nuclear sites with American weapons if he knew the exact number or the ethnic demographic breakdown of Iran. But the fact that he doesn't know makes it so much worse.
Sure. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
this is
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And hey, why do you do the snide? Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So let me ask you,
you don't want another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
The Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan?
Of course I believe him.
Do you think if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe him.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and
good
if your
faith.
implication is like I'm pro-Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that
just saying you're a lawmaker. You're a powerful person. And
like, the answer here is a lot of people would want us dead. Do you think we should do targeted first strikes on a nation of 92 million people as punishment? Like Nazis want me dead. I wouldn't advocate to kill them and their families. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I do the opposite. I advocate for them to have health care regardless.
in Washington, this is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling in government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's reckless.
I haven't thought, okay, you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts. And to be clear,
I'm not calling for the overthrow of a government. You
put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
I've never attacked Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
I campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes.
And this is after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
Okay,
I love Trump.
I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first. And here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace.
What one model for the action that Trump's allies have discussed privately in recent weeks is his 2020 decision to assassinate the top Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani. The strike, while still a serious escalation that drew reprisals from Iran, did not cause all-out war. They argue, oh my lord. Oh, they're just looking for justifications. A key voice in Trump's ear has been General Michael Kurilla, commander of the U.S. Central Command. He's a real freak. In recent weeks, some U.S. military leaders, including Kurilla, have requested more resources to defend and support Israel as it continues to trade fire with Iran. Oh, Yeah, they're looking for ways to sell it. He had better information about what Israel was up to than anyone else in our government. Eric Kurilla, a U.S. general close to Israel who helped craft his post-October 7 wars, is wielding major influence on Trump's decision-making over a U.S. war with Iran. Some say Kurilla is extremely close to Israel, even by the standards of other U.S. officials, and is empowered, emboldened. As Hexeth is dominated by scandal, Trump fires diplomats and fealty drives others. He described Israel's tactics as a model and is seen as focused on his legacy ahead of his looming retirement. Many U.S. officials under Biden and Trump have bought the narrative pushed by Bibi and U.S. hawks that they can be seen as historic successes for bolstering Israel in the region. It's also a way to distract from the human and strategic toll of their policies. Kurilla is hawkish but reasonable, per former U.S. official. He has previously told Israel Trump did not want to hit Iran. His outsized influence and clear viewpoint raised questions about civil-military balance. However, particularly given Trump's worship over the military, with admin dynamics suggesting Trump will join Israel in striking Iran, Congress is seeking to exert pressure. Rokana predicted big support from D's, even R's. Challenging hawks remains an uphill battle in D.C., however, and will entail a reckoning for both parties. Oh, brother.
That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views, I like Trump. I campaign for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
He's right. I can't believe I'm saying this once again. A thing that I've mentioned so many times now, more than I ever care to admit once this process is over. But Tucker Carlson is right. The American senator, the average American senator is so fucking morally repugnant and so stupid that they make a propagandist white nationalist like Tucker Carlson look like a beacon of morality and consideration in comparison. How is that even fucking possible? Like, Tucker's position here being like, Tucker's position there is basically a restructured format of something that I always say, which is all of the money that we spend is the Eisenhower statement, right? All the money that we spend over there, all the money that we spend overseas on bombing other countries could be spent here domestically building schools. Every dollar spent on making rockets is a dollar that could be spent on making roads, right? And this is a major issue with the way that our government is organized nowadays, especially because, like, the military-industrial complex is the most powerful force in this country. It's the most powerful industry in this country, and the entire economy and our entire political economy, the entire realm of politics is geared towards an endless, continued effort to dominate the rest of the planet. So Tucker Carlson is basically saying, you don't know how much money we're spending on Israel. You don't know anything about the country that you are choosing to bomb. This country is dying. When Tucker says this country is dying, I think he means like there's too many Mexicans. When I say this country is dying, I'm talking about, of course, the shitty infrastructure, the lack of adequate health care for average Americans, the lack of adequate education for Americans. That's a major difference between, me and Tucker Carlson here. But the point still stands.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
Isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it does.
Why do you assume his thoughts? Bro, Tucker, have hope in people. I know more about him than you do. That's it. I've spent a big chunk of my my political career covering his statements and his worldview. That's it. It's as simple as that. I don't think this person's a Nazi, chatters. I think Tucker Carlson is a mischievous devil with a silver tongue, and a lot of people fall for his shit. I know more about Tucker Carlson's background, his personal history, his motivations, and the things that he believes than most people do, than the average person does, for sure. I was hard right-wing before, but I've changed so much since I came to the U.S. Well, there it is. There you go. Tucker is a snake oil salesman, but he's also a whisperer for people like yourself.
Does it work?
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter?
So
what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look, the level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather.
You haven't supported
stunning.
the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia.
I mean, he's also, again, he's not entirely wrong on that front. I mean, he's pro Vladimir Putin. He definitely is he definitely is a propagandist for the Russian state. He's gone to unimaginable lengths to defend Vladimir Putin, directly interviewed him and sucked him off. The rest is Russia talk.
Was caused, which I have explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the.
Crazy how much they called out Russia for attacking another sovereign country while they're now doing the exact same thing, just a different excuse than Putin. I mean, is it even a different excuse than Putin? It's kind of the same reason when you think about it. Vladimir Putin was like, this is historic Russia. This is ours. And that's kind of what Israel says too. If anything, there was a time frame, there was a period of time that was not that long ago that Vladimir Putin can draw back from, whereas for Israel, you have to go back 3,000 fucking years. Not that it matters. I'm not saying that Russia's ambitions is just or anything. I'm not saying that at all. But like, it is kind of similar. Yeah, Russia said, there's Nazis over there. We have to kill them. And also, this was Russia not that long ago. It belongs to us. And we're going to liberate our brothers in this area that used to belong to us historically by destroying the fucking Hamas Nazis. I mean, sorry, Azov Nazis and Nazis in general in the Ukrainian parliament. The only difference is, like, in terms of conduct, Russia has engaged in certainly a shit ton of war crimes as well. But not to the same degree as Israel has, because Russia is outside of the sphere of American influence. Israel is firmly in the lap of American influence. And as long as you are an extension of America, you get to do whatever the fuck you want and no one can say a damn thing. But that, of course, that juxtaposition happening in real time, in direct in sequence, one after the other, and America's response to one versus America's response to the other has created this perfect showcase. Because like I remember in the beginning, like the way people used to talk about Russia invading Ukraine, there were a lot of people, myself included, that tried to talk about like the American hypocrisy and talk about like how differently we view Palestinians. But at the time, Israel was just simply doing an apartheid. There wasn't like the extra ethnic cleansing that it's been engaging in since October 7. So when people like myself made that point, everyone was like, why are you defending Russia? I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not defending Russia. I'm actually saying Russia's doing America shit. And this is to criticize both Russia and the United States of America. But people couldn't comprehend it back then. But then Israel did what Israel's been doing for the past year and a half. So now that juxtaposition is impossible to ignore. That hypocrisy is now impossible to ignore from the perspective of like average citizens that are onlookers, that are watching. You know?
War.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm going to.
I'm like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry.
Matter, or do you just throw out like you? If you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to know why that seems like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join.
Monkey D. Houthi, I honestly don't think the position that Russia's actions are irredentism are true. Initially, unread leftists said it was imperialism. It's not. I didn't say that. I said it was irredentism from the start. Like literally, the day of the invasion, I said, this is Russia's irredentist actions against Ukraine. I mean, it's a direct blow to Western imperial ambitions, if you want to think about it from that perspective. But it doesn't matter. It's still ultimately an incredibly violent and unjustifiable sequence of events that Russia engaged in. And the reasoning for why it's doing it, changes. I mean, obviously, he'll sometimes talk about how we're like Ukraine is actually historically a part of Russia, liberation arguments, things of that nature, but ultimately, it's still an unjustifiable conquest.
NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do.
In what way has Ukraine been a disaster for the United States? By the way, weapons manufacturers got rich, and the U.S. weakened a historic enemy while making Europe reliant on American energy. It's been a total win for the rulers. Yeah, I don't think that that's good, because I care about all the dead children and the civilians and the complete destruction of a fucking 40 million strong state that wasn't really doing great economically before this war either, but it's certainly doing a lot worse and will probably never recover. I don't think, but I do think that when Tucker Carlson talks about that, he doesn't actually mean it. Like when Tucker Carlson says like so many millions of people died, like I don't think he gives a shit. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, for the record, that chatter is not saying it was good for. No, neither do I. I mean, from the perspective of these fucking freaks. Yeah, you're not wrong. Someone like Tucker Carlson, who normally would justify American empire, would love Ukraine. He would have, under normal circumstances, the Lindsey Graham position: 5% of our military budget, not a single active duty service member dead. And we've taken out 50% of our foreign adversaries' military. I'd say that's a good bargain. That's the Lindsey Graham position. And that's the honest position. That is literally the position of the American state, both under the Biden administration and most likely, well, I don't know what the fuck Trump is doing with Russia. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little tricky to truly comprehend where Trump is going with Russia, because he does legitimately have a sexual interest in Vladimir Putin, which transcends above all of the interests of American foreign policy. Vladimir, stop.
Do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I, this will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Biden's incredible weakness in following through on Trump's Afghanistan withdrawal policy. Okay. And then also simultaneously, I agree with him in defense of Ukraine until now, because now Donald Trump doesn't agree with that. So now I have to act like I wasn't fucking, cheering it on while simultaneously trying to find ways of criticizing Biden.
Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander in chief and said, this president is weak. And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree. That was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so
was Biden as bad as everyone says? No, he's worse, because they never fucking criticize him for the appropriate shit. They criticize him for the one good thing he did in his goddamn administration in terms of foreign policy, which is the Afghan withdrawal. Ironically enough, it wasn't even his own fucking personal policy. It was literally the continuation of the Trump plan. And everybody shit on him for it. That's the one thing, as far as his foreign policy decisions, that I unconditionally, 10 toes down, defended. Okay? Every other aspect of his foreign policy has been a fucking disaster. Whether it be refusing to try and immediately pack up the Ukraine situation to the best of his goddamn ability, or even if he was going to warmonger, slow rolling fucking weapons, sending dusty ass equipment, like not even doing the warmongering aspect of it correctly, saber rattling against Vladimir Putin, thinking that like bringing in Finland and Sweden into NATO is somehow going to be a big prize for him. Continuing along with Trump's demands that European countries offer more of a higher percentage of their GDP for NATO, which when Trump did it, liberal media thought it was disastrous, for the record, even though it was an Obama era policy that Trump actually forced European countries to commit to. Obviously, there's also the whole genocide situation. I mean, that is an unimaginable, cruel, singular legacy tarnishing act. I mean, fuck his legacy, obviously, but like, I think Biden will be forever remembered as Genocide Joe, who oversaw the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Biden still executed the Afghan withdrawal poorly? No, he didn't. Let's cope. It still sucks how he executed it? No, let's just cope. That's bullshit. No, he didn't. Remember, numbers on the board. 13 of our best soldiers died, right? 13 of our best soldiers died. Okay, 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan when Donald Trump was overseeing the Afghan withdrawal that he never actually committed to. If anything, the Afghan withdrawal was fucked up because we killed an aid worker on the way out and his whole family. The bombing in Kabul.
It invited, and by the way, look, I
You don't think it went
despise
down
war.
bad? All the people on the planes going crazy. I mean, yes. Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to someone who doesn't give a shit about the civilian population of Afghanistan and only cares about Americans. Yes, on that front, it was disastrous. And things that came after were also disastrous, like freezing the assets of the Afghan government and refusing to give back the newly constructed Taliban-run Afghan government the billions of dollars that the previous Afghan government had. Also shutting off any opportunity from NGOs from working with the Taliban government in Afghanistan and making things infinitely worse. There was a fuck ton of things that the Biden administration did that were disastrous for the population of Afghanistan. But these guys don't give a fuck about that. They're talking about how like 13 soldiers died. That's all they care. That's all they care about. So even from that perspective, it's stupid. You're wrong about Afghan withdrawal. He left Bagram. That was the main mistake, and the U.S. Embassy was built to facilitate quick access to Bagram. Pussy-ass take, but I see your angle. He kicked me out for refusing COVID shot with separation 2 days prior to the AF mandate. Now Trump is giving grants to schools for not mandating. What? I'm giving a pussy-ass take? You're talking about refusing the COVID shot, dude. What's gonna happen? You're gonna become more autistic? Like,
And I think weakness and isolationism produces war because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan.
motherfucker, when you joined the Air Force, how many shots did they force on you? Why is this the one where you're like, I won't take it? Like, it's so funny to be a dude in the American military and get like at least at minimum 8 fucking shots, okay? But then this one shot, you're like, COVID? Nah, that's a bridge too far. Bro, they test out, I can't speak for the Air Force, but they test out new shit on the Army, at least, like shit that you definitely should not, shit that if you consume, your heart explodes. And motherfuckers, grunts in the military use that in combat. And it's the one shot, the one COVID shot that like every wealthy person on the planet literally cut the line to get before you. And you're like, nope, television man told me this is wrong and scary, and I will not be doing it. You are a property of the state, brother. Okay? You are a property of the state. Therefore, they will put whatever the fuck they want in your body, and they do. Sometimes they won't even give you the proper medical care for years and years and years after you developed cancer because you fucking sat in a base where there were burn pits next door. Like, what do you mean? It's so funny to be like, you know what? The COVID shot's a bridge too far. The most popular vaccine on the planet. Like, maybe not the most popular, but you get the point. Like, people literally, rich people were literally fighting. Rich people were literally fighting to get the COVID vaccine before anybody else. And this one guy's like, nah. Yeah, you literally stand in line at boot camp with a bunch of nurses poke you with like 15 different needles.
It's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union, the natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his. Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that. But I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions. But just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time, and he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling. I told you, we'll take lots of digressions in a second.
My position is, in spite of any sort of ambition that America has in Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is still ultimately unjustifiable. Make no mistake. Okay. Whatever Tucker Carlson says about Euromaidan, I think ultimately the best possible thing for Russia to do in that process, in order to continue maintaining its sovereignty despite American and Western encroachment, was to pull a China, continue maintaining trade, and continue developing decent relationships, make yourself irreplaceable, which would have been fine. But no. Also, an American mainstream broadcaster that is as popular as Tucker Carlson talking about Euromaidan is, I assume he is an agent for Russia at that point.
Let me finish telling the narrative.
No, it's not that he's talking to Jeffrey Sachs. He's been saying this from before.
Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is, when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we...
Wait, what is this fucking argument? This is so dumb. Who gives a shit? What do you mean? You're mad at Russia for developing pipelines? What? Doesn't this also make Biden the GOAT then? From your estimation, he blew it up. It blew up under his watch, at least. Like, what? How are you anti... I don't understand how he's like fucking anti-Biden, but also is let's see where he goes with this.
I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Oh my God, brother, what? Dude, what are you saying? Oh my God, oh my Lord. First of all, Germany is our friend from this equation. I think they would benefit tremendously from cheaper gas. Go so hard if you're addicted to eating Legos. There is no real justification for trying to cut fucking the pipeline. There's just, unless you're an environmentalist, I guess. That's the one group of people I will say is justified in their anger and resentment for more pipelines. Okay.
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
So you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to.
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't. Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't.
Germany did not want Nord Stream 2 anymore. Stop. Stop. Stop. Stop. Come on. Yeah, famously, countries hate cheaper energy. That's the one thing that sovereign states despise. Please stop. It became an issue of major political consequence, even at the domestic level. While Germans certainly, plenty of Germans certainly fucking despise Russia, are afraid of Russian encroachment. We depend on it, but didn't want to buy it from Russia. No, man, that's the cope that your government fucking tells you so you can feel less angry. So that you can be like, no, you don't understand. My fucking energy bill is like way higher, but that's for a good cause, a higher purpose. I would much rather get it from what? America? The moral authority on the planet? What country is providing energy to Germany that you think is a beacon of morality, chatter? Quick, answer. This is if we even assume that nations don't. This is even if we assume for a brief moment, we suspend our disbelief and we assume for a brief moment that countries actually operate with morality. Countries operate. Oh, you mean, Qatar. So Qatar and Iran. It's like, I mean, look, I don't got a problem, but I don't think the German government would have the same fucking attitude. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you get it from Qatar and the Gulf Arab states plus the US. They're totally way more moral than Russia. No, listen. My point is, morality doesn't even factor into the equation, as evidenced by the fact that most of the energy providers are not exactly fucking beacons of morality themselves. Okay? But the notion that Germany was not happy with getting cheaper gas is such a funny cope. They hated it. They were like, man, this cheap ass gas is so fucked up. I hope someone blows this pipeline up. We hate it. I hate lowering energy costs. America will genocide an entire population so that gas at the fucking pump is $2 cheaper. And this man is trying to tell me that the German government places morality above cheaper energy. That's awesome.
Don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia.
Also, okay. I'm done dunking on Germany after this last part, okay? What happened last time the German economy suffered tremendously as a consequence of war that they waged? I feel like Germany is the country that hates inflation the most. They really tweak out over there when they experience a cost of living crisis, at least historically. Okay. It's the one country that we should, for safety purposes, always offer cheap, reliable energy, I think. I don't want energy from Russia anymore. I'm going to conduct a secret underwater operation to blow up the pipeline instead of simply turning it off or cease paying Russia.
Don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on.
Last time Americucks were actually nice to the Eurocucks was when they were like, all right, at least we'll let you get cheap energy. Fuck it. That was the last thing that Biden did until he was like, never mind, I'm going to blow it up, Jack.
Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senator's lunch, and he personally lobbied.
Do you think AFD's popularity is partially due to high energy prices? I don't know. Like I said, you make up your own mind, but I feel like unprecedented economic volatility paired up with German history turns into, I don't know. Germans got one note. Whenever the cost of living crisis increases, Germans tend to move in a very weird way. And considering that they're also developing a weapons industry now, who knows? Who knows how things might work? If I was an Austrian right now, I'd be kind of scared. I'd be looking at Germany real weird, okay?
Lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay.
And
so tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis. But I don't doubt your sincerity, that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service and the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear.
And did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side.
Yeah, the only reason why you changed your position is because Trump changed his position and the base very quickly moved away. Republicans are the funniest group of individuals, man. I love listening to Republicans try to fucking play this song and dance here. First of all, there's never a war that they haven't enjoyed. Secondly, it's incredibly funny that a group of people that carried over Red Scare resentment post the collapse of the USSR in perpetuity only fucking changed their position because they went and read a couple posts on a Telegram group. Like, how do you rewrite a major foreign adversary in your mind that you've been primed into fucking hating because you think they're communist, only to fucking turn around and be like, I actually like them now because they're defending the war against woke. That I will never understand. I do think that you could get Republicans to be pro-communist, I think. Like with a couple tweaks in the messaging, I think you could get Republicans to be on board with communism, like full gay space luxury communism. Not even like MAGA communism. I'm talking like straight up. I mean, think about how they fucking tweaked on tariffs, trade protectionism. They were speaking like a fucking 1990s anti-NAFTA union leader. They were taking it up to the streets, being like, "Yeah, fuck NAFTA. We need to do trade protectionism right now." And then a day later, Trump was like, "Never mind." And then they were like, "Brilliant, masterful gambit, sir." I swear to God, if Donald Trump was like, "I'm a communist now," there would be a significant boost.
Or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way. I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal and among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, did the most damaging administration
at the end,
in history.
Where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. There's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning. Okay. They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt. Hold on. So you and I are agreeing on a lot. We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said...
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war. And
Nord Stream was just bad. It was a good geopolitical move for Russia in preparation for the war. I think better trade relationships and deeply embedding yourself in the European markets is a surefire way to make yourself irreplaceable. And therefore, you have a lot more options in terms of avoiding conflict.
I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war is going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from Congress.
Do you think Zelensky wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game. I'm in the U.S. interest game. Why did I want Nord Stream?
You quite literally are in that game. Your morality is just twisted, and you say all of America's enemies are true evil, and all of America's allies are the absolute moral authority. You have said that over and over again for the fucking past hour and 47 minutes. Israel doing a genocide, ultimately the best, most moral country. Okay. Iran not doing a genocide, definitely the most evil country that deserves to be nuked, that deserves a decapitation strike.
Two stopped because it would strengthen Russia, and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, so
Come on, man.
I don't know. So I don't know who did it. In terms of the theories that have been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That just, I can't even articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that, look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in, I guess you in,
so that leaves
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to, you know, who benefits? And it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did, because Biden was so weak, I don't think he would give the order.
Oh my God. He can't even hand it to Biden. He thinks it's a good, oh my God. He thinks it's a good thing, but he can't get himself to admit that maybe Biden played a role in it. That's so funny. You don't think Ukraine did it? You had that one girl that said it? No, I think it, first of all, I don't think Ukraine can do it on their own. Okay? I think there's no way. It's like when Israel does certain things and you're like, oh, Israel did this on its own. It's like, no, there's plausible deniability, but it's not, especially with a country like Ukraine. Israel has its own espionage capabilities, but oftentimes, like, America still gives the go-ahead, has the knowledge, and offers tools. And especially with Ukraine, I don't think Ukraine has the capabilities of doing it on their own. The idea that it was like Polish, the idea that it was like a Polish infiltrators or something, I think is silly. I think it was definitely a cooperative project between American agencies and Ukraine.
I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up is
Like, do I think Ukraine did the drone strikes? Yes. I think Ukraine did the whole bring in the trucks full of drones. Like, that's a sophisticated operation. But I think Ukraine has the capacity to pull that off, especially because they're very good with drone warfare in general. I would go so far as to say that they're probably better than America with respect to drone warfare. But when it comes down to like an deep underwater explosion, that is the level of expertise necessary to conduct an operation like that is not something that Ukraine has the capabilities of pulling off. The Nord Stream 2 sabotage wasn't that complicated. It was only 75 meters underwater, that commercial diving depths, and 100 kilograms of C4. Ukraine absolutely had that capacity. I don't think so. You're making it seem like almost comical when you're describing this. Like you're talking about it like it's fucking a bunch of Western, like a wild Western where a bunch of thugs are putting TNT on the side of a railroad, dude. That's like a sophisticated military operation. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they just walked up and were like, you see, it's time to blow up the pipe. It's time to blow up this railroad. Here's my Acme TNT. Like 75 meters underwater in the sea. I don't even know what kind of explosives are necessary to be able to conduct that. Timing that is incredibly important, because if it fails, like, training for that is already difficult in and of itself. Unless you think that these guys are building pipelines like shit, you know what I mean? That can't withstand natural elements.
Was a good thing.
Hasan, Islamist fascism cuck.
So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I
general,
could see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
yeah. And you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending.
Okay, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good take from Ted, and I think he's being honest when he says that.
Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that you know.
Oh God, he's such a fucking ugh. I'm defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors. Shut the fuck up.
Tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial
like,
base. Wait, not like. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are, but I haven't said that.
That's absurd. Yeah, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War.
Right.
But like that's
okay.
dishonest.
But I haven't called you that because name
Well,
calling.
you just said, which you are. You just called that.
Okay.
Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names. And I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
But do you think he is our... No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question?
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying... But you won't say he is our enemy. And look, like I
know in what sense? I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all.
If Ted, ask him if he wants to be enemies with China. Go ahead. Come on, Ted. Be like, do you want to be enemies with China?
It may help some people in the United States, but in general,
I
don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with Russia.
With China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China attention, so I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think
he's not going to say that because they both want to fight China.
He is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that,
okay.
but I'm not naive, and like I watched your episode.
He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm genuinely...
Was that disloyal, do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely like, I don't get
like when you called me an anti-Semite. You weren't attacking me, you were just noticing.
No,
but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying, the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things they was they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, out of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, this is going to really hurt the US dollar, which it has. And I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And
but I can agree with you. Like
no, but I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is
it looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions.
Oh. It's like it's weird, especially for Tucker Carlson to do that. Okay. Like a champion of U.S. empire in perpetuity, who still is seemingly championing U.S. empire and America's global hegemonic status, to go to the foreign adversary and be like, they're fucking eating super cheap hotcakes over here in Russia. Their McDonald's burger is better than ours. You know, that type of thing is strange. Like, people constantly say, I'm fucking pro-Russia. I would not go to Russia and do that. Maybe the only part that I would do is probably glaze the fucking metro holdover from the USSR from the Stalin era. But that's it. You know what I mean? Like, that was the only part that I think is like appropriate. Better burger, bridge too far. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And I don't think it was because he wanted to showcase the silliness of sanctions. I think he is pro-Russia. Might even gotten money from Russia. And I think it's also additionally crazy that he got to do all of that, come back to the fucking United States under the brand of leadership with not even a fucking speck of scrutiny. And I can't even fucking say Israel sucks without Donald Trump and his administration and his Department of Homeland Security fucking detaining me at the border, taking away my fucking global entry, and who knows what else. What the fuck is going on? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I don't think he got money from Russia. Have you heard Tucker Carlson say Ukraine is the enemy of America yet? Yeah, I mean, he's just a better propagandist than Tim Pool. I don't think he has compromise chatters from Russia. I don't think so. This man is related to CIA, like important members of the CIA. Tim Pool got money, and he's not a very good propagandist, which is why he said the stupid things that he said. But yeah, I think Tucker Carlson he has this like weird Vivek Ramaswamy style attitude that like he wants to decouple Russia and China and bring Russia back into the U.S. sphere of influence, and then use Russia as an enemy of China. That's what I think is his goal.
Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice.
So,
with low food costs and no homeless people.
All right,
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead,
I.
I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So, look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any enemies around the world.
Republican senators,
Republicans
they don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that
and our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on Iran or Putin.
So you believe that I don't care about America. I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either, like nobody cares?
I believe that your focus is way too on other countries It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way?
By the way, everything Tucker Carlson feels about Russia, I feel about China. And if Tucker Carlson actually was an honest person and not a white supremacist, or like saw Chinese people as like normal people and not like, I don't know, the whatever Orientalist framework he's operating off of, and he went to China and cut a video similar to what he did in Russia, especially considering the cost of living is infinitely fucking more affordable in China than Russia, and the streets are just as clean in China as opposed to Russia, and China has a much more robust infrastructure than Russia. He would do an iShowSpeed style China Glaze session, but he's not an honest broker, and he wants to just go to war with China because he's terrified of America no longer being the global superpower. And I think the reason why, consider suicide. Wait, why? I always wonder, like, is it something I said just now that caused this person to go consider suicide? I don't understand it. Because it's like they never actually have like a response. First of all, I don't have an issue with this, as you guys know. I have many kill yourself tokens. I have never considered killing myself at all. I have a pretty good life. But I always wonder, like, is it something that I said just now? I'm gonna be for real. I got here 2 seconds ago. I don't like you. Okay, why? But be quick, because you're probably gonna eat a fucking site-wide ban because you said consider suicide to a Twitch streamer in front of 40,000 people. And so give me the fucking reason quick. Like, what is it? If it were up to me, I wouldn't ban you, for the record. You've been following since 2022. Give me one good reason why. No comment because I have no real argument. Asman viewer. What? So you're self-aware? It's the code? What? What does that even mean? Are they gaining sentience? What's happening? Is the code sleeper agent? Okay. Like, do you think you have to hate me, but you don't even know why you hate me? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Okay. Are they gaining sentience? Is the funniest thing ever? Well, it's because, like, normally they at least have like some kind of fake bullshit that they heard that pissed them off, that they were like, I hope you kill yourself. I have to. I'm sorry, it's not a choice. I wish I didn't have to, but I do. I really wish the best, but they got me by the balls. What? Please give me more details. Please, please, please, quick. What do you mean? What is happening? Who's got you by the balls, dude?
Emphatically agree with
Ukraine. You don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so,
how much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you're in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah.
80
so you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia. But I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin.
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar, and I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the.
Bro, he is fucking. He's on his last leg here. This interview looked so bad for him. God damn, dude. I gotta see. What are we at?
Look,
view count
you were
wise?
in about 80.
900,010 hours. Okay. Ted didn't calculate the cost benefit of doing this interview. Tucker being forced out of Fox is one of the greatest events of this decade. Our politicians are complete dirtbags. Law, that's the last time any U.S. politician agrees to do an interview with Tucker, with the exception of maybe Thomas Massey. That $1.8 million APAC money sure is helping Ted Cruz out. Listening to politicians makes me feel like I need to take a shower. Tucker completely undresses Cruz. I think all the senators and congressmen should be asked how much they receive from APAC in their election contribution. The APAC question, you see how uncomfortable he is. If you're not convinced that our own Congress is owned by a foreign government, watch this interview. Tucker's giving a masterclass on how not to be gaslit. Glorious. Canceled 3 meetings for this. It's just like this is a wild back and forth. And the reality is every single politician would, Democrat or Republican both, for the record, every single politician, if met with even basic questions, would flub around and flail around the exact same way. Are you reading the YouTube comments? What a strange thing to do. Sometimes I like to see what the lowest common denominator thinks. That's why I read the YouTube comments, because like, what's the dumbest guy you know thinking about a situation like this? So when I see like signs of hope from the dumbest guy you know, I like to think, wow, maybe Americans are waking up to certain realities, you know?
$80 billion.
80 billion.
Yeah.
80
So you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia. But I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin.
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar, and I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured.
Dude, like, he can't even make a compelling case. Like, just say Ukraine is in the right for being invaded or something, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, just have any kind of... This is the one issue where America is involved for the worst reasons, but they are at least morally on the right side, okay? They're never moral, and they're never actually... And their actions are certainly immoral overall, but, like, you could just literally be like, well, honestly, you know, it felt good to be on the right side for once, even if it actually advanced our interests, okay, against a foreign adversary. You know, just say that. But he can't. He just can't even do that. He can't just be like, listen, this guy fucking invaded a foreign nation. You know, we're supposed to be a law-abiding. We have international rules. I can't even get it across without laughing. Imagine an American politician saying that in 2025. Oh my God. Okay. We have to defend the international rule-based order. Oh, imagine any American politician being like, sir, excuse me. It's unacceptable for a country to violate so many norms. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, can you imagine that? Fuck. You are wrong. Ukraine population was used and abused to provoke Russia, which is living under U.S. empire hegemony. This position is your worst, to be honest. I don't disagree that America absolutely fucking interfered in the affairs of Ukraine because they did not want Ukraine to be in the throes of Russian influence, and it was an entry point into an area that is close in proximity to Moscow. I am in disagreement with the way Russia conducted itself. Okay? That's it. I think that Russia's conduct in terms of literally fucking invading Ukraine was a gift. Was a gift to American generals, the military-industrial complex. It basically turned into a fucking major gift, okay? There was a $50+ billion hole in the military-industrial complex budget left after our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and we very quickly moved all of those numbers to Ukraine. That's all it did. And in the process, like Lindsey Graham says in his moments of honesty, they used 5% of their military budget, didn't actually kill a single fucking active duty service member while simultaneously fighting and trying to actively cripple a foreign adversary. Russia's invasion of Ukraine also galvanized Europe's militarization and also caused 2 additional countries to join NATO that previously had a handshake neutrality agreement. It was just all fucked. And now the entire planet is like, before Israel, the entire planet was at the very least like thinking that they were on the morally righteous side, and they were constantly patting themselves on the back. The entire Western world and America's sphere of influence grew as a consequence of that, because all of a sudden NATO was justified. All of a sudden NATO's existence was justified because the one reason why NATO is supposed to exist is because Russian encroachment, or the USSR, right? It's supposed to be anti-communist formation. It's kind of like when the mafia comes over to your fucking storefront and says, it'd be a real shame if your storefront broke because there's some other scary organized criminal elements out there. And then you volunteer and you join the protection racket. Okay. But then there is actually another fucking gang down the line, and it does break your fucking window front. And then of course, all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe it wasn't so bad that the mafia was on my side. You know? America's the first gang that came up and said, you have to be a part of this fucking protection racket. The second gang is the Russian gang that justified the first gang's protection racket.
In Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value there is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do, because I think they're evil. Do I want to go to war with China? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But I think we have all sorts of tools to stand up to our enemies. And I think China is engaged in a 1,000-year war against the United States. Okay. They're trying to defeat us.
We're so all over the map. Where your family in prison in Cuba and China and all this stuff. I agree with you. I'm totally opposed to communism. Always have been. I don't.
Question: what do you think of Boy Boy's video blaming the U.S. partly? Would you agree it's a good video to watch? I haven't seen Boy Boy's video, but of course, the U.S. involvement played a role in Russia's actions against Ukraine. Yes.
I think that Putin loves us. I'm distressed by the moral condition of most leaders around the world. Most of them, they all kill people. I'm against that. I'm just saying, I wish the focus here was more on the United States. Can I say something?
I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Donald Trump a murderer.
You just said world leaders all kill people, and there's a moral relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. That statement was the essence of...
I'm an anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist. Okay. No, I'm not.
Did you just say world leaders all kill people?
I'm saying I'm against killing people in general.
So
and hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing into China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And
That's good. And by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China.
You
It's
did.
a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous, oh, everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people. You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
what are you
most
even talking
other countries
about?
don't do that.
I see the game. It's like, I'm
No,
distressed.
you're the one playing a game.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the facts.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaign for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay. So this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely saying,
When you said every world leader kills people, it puts them all
more
on the
emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there a moral
it.
difference between America and our enemies? Is there
Are
a
you
moral difference
joking?
between America?
Of course.
And what is it? Articulate it. It's
American.
valuable to say why. Why are we a better country founded on better values than China?
I'll tell
What's
you.
the difference?
I'll tell you why.
And I know.
Because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country. Despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking you questions about AIPAC, I love America is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well. And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that. And I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. When you call me those names. Thank you, Senator.
He's such a weirdo. Tucker Carlson is so fucking weird. The whole like fake laugh thing that he does, it like really freaks me out. I don't know why. It's so disarming. Also, update, but the one chatter that asked me to kill myself, unfortunately, has been issued a site-wide ban. RIP. Account created in 2017. I hope they release his family from the basement that he was trapped in. Anyway, love you guys. Yeah, no gaming tonight, King. Fucking 10 hours long. I wanted to watch that whole thing. But I'll see you tomorrow as always, of course. Peace, everybody. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.